All right, well, good morning, everybody in the room and online. I am assuming that Barbara is with us online. Are you there? There she is.
Good morning, yes, I am.
Howdy, did you want to kick off the welcome and introductions?
Sure.
Take care of that.
I can't in the room. I'm wondering if maybe you, I can't see that. Thank you.
So I want to remind everybody in the room that this is also a hybrid meeting, which you can see online there, and remind those of you watching on YouTube that the meeting materials are available on the website. If you scroll down to the very bottom, you'll see the Grants Committee section of the website, and you'll see the meeting materials posted there. I don't know why I'm looking at you guys. I should be looking over there. I'm just going to review the agenda real quick, and then we're going to acknowledge written comments, and then we're going to move into public comments. But before we do that, we'll do some quick introductions of the board members in the room here. My name is Dan Brown. I'm an ex officio member of the board representing the Environmental Protection Agency, and I co-chair this committee with Barbara. Barbara, do you want to just introduce yourself?
Good morning, Barbara Boyer. I have the pleasure of sitting on the OWEB board as the member of the Oregon State Board of Agriculture.
Thank you, Barbara. And then Mark, do you want to go and we'll work out?
Sure. Good morning, everybody. Mark Laubhart. I'm a voting member on OWEB, and I am the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife Commission representative.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Lindsay McCleary. I am a public at-large voting member on the OWEB board. I live here in Salem, and I work for the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde, and would just like to disclose that I was also a participant on the technical review team for all of the FIPs. So wearing separate hats, but do have that background in looking at all the projects and having those discussions.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Liza Jane McAllister. I live in Wallowa County. I'm a rancher there, and I serve as the co-chair for OWEB and just a regular old committee member.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Liz Akpawa. I'm out of Medford, Oregon, the beautiful Road Valley, and I am a voting member on the board and a liaison from the Board of Forestry, Oregon Board of Forestry.
Forgot to say I'm from Sisters. So.
Oh, there you go.
How come you're so
beautiful
tan?
Sisters.
Beautiful.
I just got back from Hawaii.
Oh.
No, sorry.
Yeah. And Barbara, where are you today?
I'm in Los Baja.
Yeah.
Yay.
Do we have any other board members on the Zoom? No. So Chris, we're waiting to show up at the present. Okay. And I neglected to say that I'm from Portland. So we're gonna just run through the quick agenda for folks that haven't seen it. We just did the welcome and introductions. We're gonna quickly, shortly here, move into public comments. And then we're gonna do conduct the interviews. We're gonna be doing the Oregon Sage Grouse Habitat Initiative first. That's gonna be a 30-minute interview. And then we're gonna have a quick 5-minute break, and then we're gonna move into the second interview, which is gonna be the Integrated Wetlands Management and Harney Closed Lake Basin Initiative. And then we're gonna take a 15-minute break before we move into 2 additional interviews. Lake County All Lands Restoration Initiative, again 30 minutes, followed by a 5-minute break, and interview 4, which is the Nehalem Coho Habitat Initiative, followed by a 15-minute break. And then we'll do the last interview, number 5, with the Hood River Basin Aquatic Habitat Restoration Initiative before our lunch break. And then after our lunch break, we're gonna come back and do deliberation and recommendations. This committee's goal today is to come up with a recommendation for the full OWEB board's April meeting. And so we will be voting on a recommendation to move forward to the board at the April meeting. And then we're gonna adjourn. And so with that, I'm gonna ask folks who are on Zoom to raise their hand if they have comments. And I believe Nicole has asked folks in the room that have comments to check in with her. Is that correct?
Yeah, if anybody wants to give public comment, if you could please fill out one of those orange cards and bring it to me, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
We did get one written comment from the Harney Basin Wetlands Collaborative. So thank you very much for that. It was a very informative comment. And I think we're ready for, or am I missing something?
Yeah, if anyone on Zoom would like to give comment, if you can use the raise hand feature on your Zoom, and then I can allow you to talk.
And while we're waiting, Mr. Co-Chair, we just have a brief introduction to set the context and stage for where we are in the process.
Perfect. Do we, are we doing that before public comment?
Yes.
Oh, my apologies.
Yes, no, that's fine. And this will be brief. Just to introduce the team here, this is our FIP staff team from OWEB. Eric Williams, the Restoration Grant Manager. To my left, your right, we have partnership coordinators, Denise Hofford and Jillian McCarthy. And to my right, your left, we have Eric Hartstein, Policy Advisor, and Audrey Hatch, Conservation Outcomes Coordinator. I just wanted to walk through where we are so that folks following along understand our process. It's been a lengthy one. We only do this once each biennium, once every 2 years. And it began with a solicitation that we released last spring. We had pre-application consultations with partnerships to help everyone understand the criteria and how the applications would be evaluated and what the process would be. And then those applications came in to us in the fall, in October. And from that point, we launched our expert review process that Lindsay referred to earlier, where we had an expert review team consisting of 4 partnership experts and then 2 technical experts for each of the priority areas for which we had applications. So it was a good cross-section of experts to provide that intensive review. They spent quite a bit of time looking through the applications and then having a discussion and putting them in a proposed rank order for this committee to consider. And all of that work is reflected in the staff report, the evaluations that you see for each of the applications in front of you. And then today, the purpose of today's meeting, as Co-Chair Brown mentioned, is to interview each of the applicant partnerships to give this committee an opportunity to ask some questions based on the material that was contained in the evaluation from expert review. And as Dan mentioned, to then go ahead and vote on your funding recommendation to the full board for consideration in April. And so that's all I wanted to present, but just wanted everyone following along to understand where we are in the process.
I would appreciate that, and I apologize. I should have recognized this table of folks in front of us would have something to say.
Okay, one last call for public comments. Anybody online or in person? And then, nope.
All right. It's before we call up the first group for interview, I want to acknowledge that we are running early, and I want to check in and make sure everybody's present. And that would be the Oregon Sage Grouse Habitat Initiative.
We're all here.
You all here? Come on up.
I got an email about sound.
And Barbara, are you ready to roll through the sort of intro for this process?
Yeah. You're doing the next, Dan, you're the review, the next one, Arnie, is that correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
Are you the lead reviewer for Harney?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So up first, we're going to hear today a 5-minute presentation for the Oregon Sage-Grouse Habitat Initiative. So I'll give you 5 minutes to give us kind of an overview of your grant offering today. And then we'll give 25 minutes for question and answers. So if you guys are ready in the room, take it away, please.
All set?
Yes, we're ready.
All right. Good morning. I'm Brady St. Clair. I'm with the Lakeview Soil and Water Conservation Districts. And with our partnership today, we have Crook, Harney, and Malheur SWCDs, as well as U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service representation. It's our core partnership for the initiative. We'll be talking about the Oregon Sage-Grouse Habitat Initiative proposal today. And just to kind of kick off, we were formerly known as the Oregon All-County Steering Committee, but we recently adopted a new name, which is the Oregon Sage-Grouse Partnership for Private Lands. And we really have a strategy with a vision here. We want to increase landscape and community resilience by implementing the Sage-Grouse CCAA program, which is the Candidate Conservation Agreement with Assurances. So why sage-grouse? Well, they're landscape scale species, but they're also considered a umbrella species. So whatever we're doing to benefit sage-grouse, it's also going to be benefiting wildlife, livestock, and rangeland health across Eastern Oregon. We're also going to be attacking implementation with a goal. So we want to improve sage-grouse habitat and increase their populations with methods that are going to be viable long into the future. So we want to be spanning these generations for both our core partners and our supporting partners. These are 30-year agreements, so we're definitely here for the long haul. Our overarching ecological outcome here is to strategically plan and implement the conservation measures to improve the quality and quantity of the habitat, as well as increase the populations, but doing that by reducing the threat of wildfire, addressing exotic annual grasses, removing encroaching conifers, and doing some improvements with our grazing systems. Some of our specific outputs in the proposal are to support 8 full-time staff, implementing the plans and putting the projects in the ground and solidifying that framework that we have, supporting our regular meetings with our core and supporting partners, usually on a quarterly basis, as well as doing some outreach events in each county. And a big one is supporting our coordinator and database manager. This role is very crucial in our partnership with, making our strategy, keeping us strategic in our implementation and on towards our goals, and making sure that we're including all of our partners and being really thorough in that effect. We also have full intentions on enrolling at least 33 properties with the CCAA program in this proposal and doing the monitoring and annual reports. And that'll be covering nearly 500,000 acres. And more specifically, some of the on-the-ground actions that we're going to be doing is that wildfire risk reduction on nearly 500,000 acres, addressing annual grass treatments, which is nearly 26,000 acres, the removing encroaching conifers. And then we really want to have 90% of our pastures enrolled in the program, addressing that threat of grazing, whether it's lack of water availability and we do spring developments or other offsite water, or we construct fences to improve the grazing rotation system. Another thing we really want to do is have 60% of our enrolled lands having at least a stable or upward trending ecological trend. And kind of along those lines, 6,000 acres that are currently identified as degraded habitat, we want to transition that into seasonal and usable habitat by sage-grouse and wildlife. And kind of this is where it really all comes together and ties in for the effectiveness and the success of the partnership, but doing that monitoring and reporting of those 33 properties. We have this incredible database that we use to really guide our management, our adaptive management decisions, and help us identify if there's any new threats on the landscape and prescribe any conservation measures so that we can continuously see success on the landscape within the proposal. And our partnership is really committed to the success of this proposal. We've worked really long and hard these last 10 years as a partnership and really building up our strengths. And that really all starts with that landowner and partner trust that we've had with the time, the commitment, the follow through, but also the grants and the implementation that we've done over the last several years and the success of those projects has been very exciting. And we've integrated a lot of our partners, not only with OWEB, but with BLM, NIFWF, and others. We've also invested a lot of time and resources into building this database. We have a massive amount of data that we've acquired over the last 10 years that's now in this database, current data, and then data that we plan on putting in with future years. This is a great tool for that adaptive management and also communicating our progress to our partners for what we're able to achieve and where we are in terms of reaching our goals. Our strategies and actions to our conservation have really evolved and improved with all the new science coming out, and we've been integrating that, as well as the experience that we all have to support one another along with our supporting partners. Our partnership, we've been able to address and overcome a lot of adversity and challenge. And one of those specifically is the staff turnover, which we realize is a reality and a challenge, but something that we continuously overcome. Just for example, there are 2 of us, myself included, that have been here since the very beginning, and everyone else has came and went, and we've always been able to maintain that staff level over the 10 years. So just kind of example that, the adversity is there, but we easily overcome that. And lastly, the commitment, these are 30-year agreements with full intent on going beyond those 30 years. So it's not a one and done, we're here to stay, we're not done yet kind of deal. And that goes for not only our partnership, our core partners, but our supporting partners as well. And just to wrap up, we really want to thank you guys for giving us the opportunity to apply and to be here today and present our partnership, our proposal, and give us a chance to interview today.
Great. Thank you. So I guess I will open it up to questions from the grant committees members. Anybody have questions for the panel? Go ahead, Lindsay.
Well, I think just for clarification, and first of all, it's nice that we appointed Chris chair of that subcommittee.
Right. Yeah.
Welcome, Chris. I'm glad to have you here.
Thanks, Mark.
Want to introduce yourself before we start?
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning, board members and OWEB staff and the public that are here. My name is Chris Allen. I'm non-voting board member representing U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Apologies with my tardiness this morning.
We're running early as well, so.
We're running early.
Yeah.
All right.
So just so we talk a little bit about the process. So staff has given each of us one of the projects. And so I had the privilege of having reviewed in detail the Harney County project. I've reviewed them all, of course, but I'm the lead questioner for the Harney County project. So before I start asking questions and others start asking questions, we definitely need to know who's here and how many of you drove over the hill this morning in the snow. Came last night?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Yes, sir.
Justin Bean. I'm from Malheur County, SWCD, Rangeland Specialist.
Jason Kessling, Harney County SWCD District Manager.
Bernie St. Clair, Lakeview SWCD's Project Manager.
Rachel DeVee, SageCon Partnership. I'm the Database Manager and CCAA Program Coordinator.
I'm Jackie Couples. I'm the Sage Grouse Coordinator for Fish and Wildlife Service North.
Andy Gallagher, I'm the District Manager for Cook County. So,
Well, thank you all for making the time to come over today. So the public and folks in the room, this is a $10 million request. And the match is comes up to $13.6 million. So it's a huge project, very, very important. This is a high priority for OWEB. It's the Sage Grouse Initiative. And so we appreciate you making the effort to put into this. So as part of the technical review process, staff has identified strengths of your applications, and then they've also asked some questions about the weaknesses. So I'm not going to concentrate on the strengths because there's a lot of them. You have a lot of strengths. It's a very pretty cool project. I was very impressed with the application itself and the amount of work that you put in there. So please don't, because I'm asking tough questions now, please don't assume that there's a lot of questions about this, but we need some more clarification on some of the questions. So hopefully you'll be able to address those to our satisfaction. This partnership is structured differently than others in that local soil and water conservation districts are driving the process in their respective regions, with Crook County SWCD as the applicant. Assuming some of these 4 soil and water conservation districts have different levels of capacity to implement the proposed conservation work, could somebody, the FIP lead or somebody explain to me, is there potentially uneven outcomes across the initiative geography-wise? And if so, why and why not? Like some soil and water conservation districts are bigger than others and have more capacity, those kind of things. So how are you, in other words, I'm trying to figure out how are you going to work together to make sure that everybody is involved and that you, at the end of this project, all the soil and water conservation districts say, this was a really cool project and we really appreciate being involved in it. So who can answer that question?
I can. So one of the biggest strengths of our partnership is that we are all soil and water conservation districts, right? Our budgets are the same, our processes are the same. We all have the same issues, same weaknesses and same strengths. So for instance, I'm going to pick on Brandy because Lakeview SWC seems to never stumble.
Hey, wait a minute, I spent a few years in Lakeview. So. It's a cool town.
But say Lakeview, for whatever reason, has capacity issues, which we know they never will, with Brandy there. But because we all recognize that, we all go through the same issues. We work so closely together. We talk on the phone weekly. We're aware of everybody's staffing issues, everybody's capacity issues. Somebody's got issues going on with administration, you know, at the district or their board or their staff. We're well aware. And so we do a great job of sharing staff. Like we might send somebody down to help out. We might send extra money down there to help out. We try to be very flexible with how we manage our capacity as a partnership. Like, yeah, we're our own individual entities, but we recognize that the CCAAs as a group have to succeed. Any one of us fails and the whole project fails. So we're very sensitive to making sure that our capacity is maintained on a partnership level, not just individually. And then as far as implementation on the ground, Fish and Wildlife Service does a great job of making sure that we're all kind of doing the same thing and keeping things going kind of at the same pace. Helps us identify where we have issues and helps us stay the course and get our work done, I guess. You know, if one partner or another doesn't take as much advantage of the VIP, it's not a disaster for us, right? We're still getting good work done on the ground. We can help that other partner with capacity, so I don't think it's going to be an issue. But I don't know. I kind of feel like I fumbled.
Well, I have something else to add. We're fully aware of, you know, the hesitation there, concern there. But the way we built our work plan was based off of the work that we knew we could do at the capacity that we're at the minimum capacity. Like, what are we putting out here that we know that we can absolutely, without a doubt, succeed and not have to stumble just in case, you know, somebody loses a staff or 2 staff members are dropped or something along those lines. So the way that work plan was built was based off of capacity limitations.
And I'll just add that these are agreements with Fish and Wildlife Service, and we have a very vested interest in making sure that they succeed. And we've been very fortunate through bipartisan infrastructure funding to add capacity to Fish and Wildlife Service to also lift up and support implementation in these counties. So we're really committed to making sure that, you know, we can divert our personnel and resources to help wherever it may be needed.
Anybody else?
I would just add that Harney County made a decision on the first biennium to not take staff salary for that reason. So other districts could, because we have a full staff right now, and we recognize that Mount Here may need more support. So we removed that salary option in the first biennium just so there was more available for the other counties. So.
Thank you. The next question. So the proposed budget, at least for me, it doesn't appear to allocate funding for engagement activities. Is there a dedicated funding for landowner engagement or other interested parties? I didn't quite see it in there. Help me if I've missed it.
Outreach. The outreach within the Ford plan.
How are you doing outreach?
Yeah, well, so as a group, as SWCDs, we're members of the community, so we do a lot of outreach anyways, but I believe we allocated some, did we allocate funding in there for outreach?
For 2 outreach activities per county every year.
Okay, and then
Yeah.
is there a budget line item for that? You just said you were gonna.
Well, I think it's just something that we're including within the scope of the budget. Whether we're doing, well, just for example, we often are invited to conferences to speak on behalf of the CCAA program. And we use that as outreach since a lot of our landowners participate in those activities, as well as our local LIT groups are also an avenue that we use for the communications. But we're working on, as part of our database is where a lot of that, the support for the database is where a lot of that outreach is going to come into play, where we're building an annual newsletter template that we're going to start being able to do, as well as an annual roll up for our partners and landowners.
And so I work with the SageCon partnership, and so we have a website and a newsletter, and so we have the CCAAs as a webpage on our webpage. So we're also featuring stories about their work and invitations for people to participate in the programs through that. And then we also have an annual event that we invite landowners to. And so we're all participating in a larger network of sage-grouse conservation outreach. And we have a targeted outreach strategy in terms of specific landowners that we want to engage because of their location and the strategic design of wanting certain acres to be enrolled because of where they're located on the landscape based on other conservation activities that have occurred. So it's a little bit strategic one-on-one, not necessarily just mass, like anyone who's interested and might want to participate, we want you. It's kind of like, where can we get the most uplift and coordination across our boundaries?
Thank you. Two more quick questions for me. Would you briefly summarize for us your performance history and composition of the partnership of working together across this large geographic area?
So performance history wise, we've been at this for 10 years. Originally, the partnership was formed, or the CCAAs were written in Harney County, kind of a community engagement project. And so that was what, 2015 that got signed, 14? And then so ours were signed in 2015. We basically just adopted the Harney County model, brought that in, and then our steering committee, this group, was formed. Over the years, capacity has kind of gone up and down based on partnerships. For example, at Crook County SWCD, we had plenty of funding to do some work, and the other partners went after a focused investment partnership, the first one that our partnership got. So Crook SWCD wasn't a part of it because we didn't need the funding, and they knocked it out of the park and exceeded all their
far past all of our original goals. We surpassed all of them, so that was very exciting and something that we were very proud of. That's kind of a theme across this partnership is, let's set this goal, but we fully intend to go beyond that goal because we're all quite competitive. It's a shared trait across the partnership, which is really great because it feeds off of itself. But each individual district, we all have our own open solicitation grants or other grants with other partners that we're doing in addition to things like this. And so it's just that constant drive to just keep doing more and work across boundaries and collaborate with our partners, and bigger is always better, and just having a lot of success with that.
Okay, I'll just add to the size and the scope of what we do in Eastern Oregon is massive. So our projects are massive. Typically, 500,000 acres is hard to imagine across 4 different counties. And so I think that shows that we're actually working in more acreage than what we're proposing here. So we're not just working on this, but this is where we want to see a focused investment. because of the issues that we haven't got to in that geographic area. And so I think, the partnership recognizes all the different actions that we can take across the entire counties for sage grouse. And we see the benefit already occurred in the first FIP in our area, the Druzy area, where the bird population actually stabilized and increased a little bit over time based on the actions that happened in the first FIP. And so now we can see it in our phase 2.
Well, I definitely understand the geography. I was born in Hefner and grew up in John Day, so I understand the geography. Last question, and this may be for U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and I think it's identified in the project fairly well, but just so the other grant committee members are aware of this, I'm reading from attachment 2 of the interdisciplinary teams that looked at the causal problems with why sage grouse are declining the way they are. And across the board, and this is a little chart here, and across the board, weeds, annual grasses, Baker, Beatties, Cow Lakes, Trout Creek, Horner, it's the number one issue across the entire sage grouse. And I've had a couple people email me about, what we need to do is get more habitat, and it includes getting rid of invasive grasses and reintroducing native grasses, and for those little chicks that can have some things to chew on and so they can survive. Could you talk a little bit about how you're addressing the native grass weeds issue for me?
I'm happy to address that, but feel free to chime in. I think that's a very astute observation, right? That's a widespread issue across Eastern Oregon, is the impact of invasive annual grasses and other weeds in terms of habitat quality. And you'll see that sort of baked right into the goals of this FIP is to increase the quantity and quality of habitat for sage grouse. And one of the very clearly identified strategies is invasive annual grass and other weed treatments. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head of how many acres
nearly 26,000 acres.
26.
Yeah, within the FIP geography.
Exactly, that will be treated through this effort. And the great thing, pardon me?
With Rejuva.
Oh, with Rejuva, which is a emergingly new herbicide that has long-lasting treatment effects. And another great thing about Rejuva, which I've heard practitioners say that they really like about it, is because Rejuva does suppress invasive annual grasses for sometimes up to 3-4 years, it allows you to let that treatment do its thing while you go and treat other places. So you can continue to sort of expand that treatment footprint. A lot of other herbicide choices, you might have to go back and retreat that same place every year until you start to see control. So I would say it's fairly well baked into, it's like the bread and butter of what these guys do is plan herbicide treatments to address that specific habitat concern.
I think also this new kind of idea, it's not a new idea, it's a new way to say it, the defend and grow the core concept. Like, we are doing our level best to work in the right places and take advantage of good areas when we can and work out from those good areas and bring in that habitat. We're not going into the worst possible spot where we have no chance to get it back. Like we've got our nice little area of sage grouse habitat and we're growing it out, right? And it's not just annual grass treatments that affect annual grasses, right? So we're doing grazing management is huge, right? So we're removing that issue from the landscape, trying to build our more resilient rangeland communities. Wildfire is another one. Lake County is a great example of how wildfire proliferates the spread of annual grasses. So it's much more of a system than just spraying weeds. We are aware of annual grasses across the landscape, and it's one of our biggest priorities to keep under control.
And I would just add that we work with our partners pretty close on these issues. Eastern Oregon Ag Experiment Station in particular, we lean on them for what the best science is, what the best treatment methods are, all the different options that we have in our toolbox to go after these problems that we're seeing out there on a large scale.
We have a long list of conservation measures that we assign to each property as a part of signing people up for the plan. And so the long list of about 64 conservation measures includes 17 different conservation measures that are associated with annual grass invasion. So that is a broad suite of tools that we use, everything from early detection, rapid response, going out, doing monitoring, trying to keep those invasion sizes really small to reduce the cost of treatment, and then also into training and outreach with each of the landowners, making sure that they're able to identify all of the potential weeds that we're concerned with, so that they are able to report back to us, report to the weed management areas when they see an invasion, and they're out on the land a lot more than we are. So their ability to report and communicate with us about the need for any type of herbicide application is really important as well. So multi-pronged approach to getting the invasives under control.
And my second point I was trying to remember was we work very closely with the BLM as well. So we have 70% public land in our area. So as we treat, we make sure our neighbor partner is also treating. And so we coordinate our treatments accordingly. So we're not just hitting the private land, which is 30% of our county. We're hitting.
Yeah, there's a lot of collaboration with that. And kind of along those lines, sometimes that collaboration goes to, hey, we'll spray the weeds, and maybe BLM or the CWMA comes in and they do the seeding in between those spraying years. And so that it's a multi-partner kind of approach to the restoration out there, and collaborating with the dollars and who can pay for what, to make sure that we have a full holistic treatment plan rather than just going out there and spraying it and hoping it works and then no follow through. So it's kind of that adaptive management of like, well, we're going to go on there, we'll spray it, we'll see how it responds. And if we have a good enough perennial native, source in there, then we might not have to seed, but well aware that we may have to go in and do some rangeland seeding to have a better success of the project.
Okay, that's all the questions I had. So I want to just thank you all for coming. It says a lot when you've made the time to travel here and not just let your application speak for itself. Appreciate your feedback, and thank you very much. I think Lindsay had a question.
Yeah. I'm looking at Barbara to see if she's gonna manage this or if I shall. I don't know how well you can see folks in the room.
She's on mute.
Oh, you're on mute.
No, I'm not.
There you go.
No, we just couldn't hear you. Yeah.
See all of you board members, so I can manage it from here if that's okay. All right.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So first, just want to say that developing a strategic action plan is a big lift, and then doing a FIP application is the most intensive application, and it's a huge lift. So thank you for putting in as much information and details as you could. Couple quick questions because I want to make sure we have time for the rest of the committee. Similar to Mark, it sounds like, so in looking at the budget, you guys proposed projects under partnership, TA, technical assistance, regular technical assistance, and restoration. It sounds like y'all are doing engagement, which is great, but there's no budget ask for engagement or monitoring. So and you did mention a little bit of monitoring in the presentation. I think we've covered engagement. I feel comfortable there, but can you just touch on monitoring real quick on how you're covering costs for those efforts?
We included the costs of monitoring as a part of our technical assistance funding. We lumped it in together because it's the part of what our role for each of the FTEs covers in an annual cycle of what we do. We have a field season, we implement treatments, we apply for funding, and then every year we do annual reporting and roll-ups. So there's a portion of our year that we spend doing that monitoring that we didn't necessarily want to tease out just because of the difficulty of saying like a portion, 20% of my FTE is going to be in monitoring. And so it's just, there's a very formulaic way that we do these. Every 5 years, we go out and do repeat monitoring of each of the sites. So going out to the field, repeating the photo points, looking at the plant communities, evaluating the change, and then evaluating the effectiveness of each of the conservation measures that we've implemented. And so it just made a little bit more sense to lump it together.
Sure. Lumping instead of splitting. Yeah, that's great. Okay, another quick question. It was unclear to me in looking at the application, which it has a lot of information, if the new FIP high priority areas are outside of the original geography and strategic action plan. I think you touched a little bit on that. But can you just talk about how this is maybe a new geography? Is there overlap?
There's some overlap for sure. I know, like, for instance, in Lake County, there's some overlap, but with an added piece in another focal point of the county of where we really want to see some restoration work continue. So I know with Harney, you guys changed yours a bit.
Completely.
Yeah,
Yep.
And Crook's new to the FIP, so they're jumping on board this round. And with Malheur, I know it's somewhat different than the original for sure. Yeah. Okay, so I think it's just primarily Lake County that's mostly the same. And that's mostly due to in the original FIP, Lake County wasn't allocated nearly as much as the other counties, just based off of a weird percentage that we decided on at the time. And now with a more of an as needed split with the budget needs for each county, then we're able to add in a bigger geographic area for Lake.
Yeah, that's great. That helps.
Yeah, I would just add that our partners are covering areas that we've already been in as well. So NRCS is one of our major, partners that does a lot of private landowner work. So
yeah,
there's not generally an area in our counties that isn't being addressed at this point. I mean, especially with the funding that's coming from all the feds and stuff as well. So.
Okay, great. That helps me. One final comment. Your application does talk about tribal collaboration, but it doesn't seem to be like necessarily called out or real clear. Just would love to see more tribal collaboration in the future when it can be incorporated.
It's definitely something that we have in here of our plans is to send out those invitations to our quarterly meetings, because we do have a partnership section for our quarterly meetings every time. And so really trying to encourage more and more tribal engagement and hoping for more participation.
All right. Thank you, Lindsay. Any other questions from Dan, Chris, or Liza Jane?
But I think I just want to know more about the stuff you're doing, probably. So I'll ask one of those questions, and I think Mark and Lindsay kind of covered a lot of the rest. Well, I have one. The NRCS's role with CSP and landowners, are you duplicating there? Is that
I would say we're complementing. So we definitely, and that goes for all of our partners. So we do work very closely with NRCS, especially with just the nature of our agreements with districts and NRCS. But having that communication with them and letting them know who's enrolled in the CCAA and how we can make sure that what's in their CCAA for the conservation measures, that NRCS can help, channel some of their funds or some of their programs to help fulfill the implementation needs of that plan.
Okay. So for a landowner, then it's improved grazing, improved. Is it mostly grazing, all these 2.2 million acres of private land in here? Yeah.
Yeah. Almost every property is
every single
working
one.
ranch.
And so the incentive for a landowner to participate is improved.
The incentive, there's a couple of incentives, right? So we could sell our CCA program with the stick or the carrot, right? We could say in the threat of a sage grouse listing, you have these assurances.
Correct. Yes.
That you're not going to have additional regulations by the feds. That's kind of the stick, right? I tend to bill it as, we're going to come out, we're going to install photo point monitoring on your entire ranch. We're going to meet with you. We're going to help you get your grazing system figured out. We're going to get maps. And really, like, when we talk about a grazing operation as a business, it's a huge benefit to just be able to get organized and see how your livestock move across the landscape. 90% of these people, livestock is it's how they make their living. But they are really concerned with water. They're really concerned with wildlife. A good portion of them want to leave their ranch to future generations. So they want to see the place improve. Sometimes they get a bump in agricultural production, whether it's because they changed the grazing rotation or
took out a bunch of junipers.
Yeah, whatever. But for the most part, the landowners that we have enrolled, they're in it for the right reasons. And they want to see the bird do well. They want to see habitat improved. So
I'm thinking about the ones that don't want to participate. And so I hear your carrot.
Okay, so good example of one that doesn't want to participate.
Yes.
On my board, he's one of the best ranchers I know, super progressive. He doesn't want to enroll in the CCAA. He says, we're doing fine without it. We're not worried that if the bird gets listed, that we're going to be subject to regulation because we're doing everything that we can. And it just doesn't resonate with him. He's fully supportive of what we do and helping other landowners get on board, but it's just not his deal.
And so, and unrelated to the grant, but I have to ask this question. Do you control predators in these landscapes? Is that an issue for sage grouse?
It is an issue for sage grouse. Yes, we have a few direct conservation measures in the plans for predation, whether it's perch deterrence or removing juniper, and they're nested in a few different areas, whether it's development, predation directly, or juniper removal. We are, in different areas, it's associated with some of the wolf conservation measures and carcass removal and different measures like that. So we're trying to figure out how to lump some of these together and just be more strategic and our dollars go further.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for coming over to this side. I did it.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah. We're gonna be okay. Thank you. Great work. I love it.
All right, Dan.
Yeah, I recognize we're a few minutes over the 30-minute limit, but I did just want to follow up on the kind of the engagement with the landowners. So there's some that are in, there's some that choose not to because they're doing the right thing, and then I expect there's some that you want to get on it. Sort of what are the biggest challenges in working with those folks, and how do you sort of anticipate trying to overcome them?
It's all about relationships, right? So we're, some landowners we have relationships with, some we don't. There's, yeah, like we've had really good luck, like saying, hey, would you invite your neighbor over? We'll sit down at your kitchen table and chat. They'll see how comfortable you are, and maybe we can make headway there. But ranchers, livestock producers in general live a really independent lifestyle. And so the idea that they're going to invite the government into their home, onto their ranch, is just really foreign to some of them. And so it takes a ton of relationship building, whether it's an OWEB small grant to just, let's get a spring development done, talk about, the benefits that we see from that. So we start there, and then all of a sudden we got them enrolled in a big program that's 30 years. I mean, it's a lot of work to get these producers interested. Some of them just decide overnight, come in and say, hey, we want to enroll. And so it's individual, it's person to person, there's no blueprint for it. It's just, you just got to build the relationships.
There's also some benefit to the structure of our program with the landowners being a little bit buffered from the federal government through our local government relationship. So, there's that privacy component that is what brings some people in, is they're not necessarily having the government come in, they're having their friend that works, at the same 4-H office as their daughter. And so it's a lot of that trust building happens that way. And then also just year after year, you notice when you do your annual monitoring with the landowners, their demeanor changes. They become more open, they become more trusting, they understand the process, they give you better data, they want to participate more, they ask better questions. And so it grows and changes. And so with each of those successive years, the likelihood of them wanting to speak highly of it or bring somebody else in to make their conservation measures more effective by having an adjacent enrollee is higher. So,
and our partners NRCS, they have a screening criteria that if they have a CCA, they rank higher for funding. And so we have some landowners like, I've been applying for funding. How do I get more competitive in this? And NRCS will say, go to the SWCD and get the CCA. So we have that happen.
We are up against our time. Chris, did you have any questions?
I did not. Just wanted to say thanks for coming over the hill, and nice to see some of you that I haven't seen for a while. colleagues. And that's it. Thanks, Barbara.
All right, I had one question. We wrap up this, our first interview.
Liz
So-
has-
I have a question, Barbara. I'm here. I think the light is not, I'm against the window bar, so I don't have a question.
Go ahead.
But I have a comment. Can I go?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, thanks. I just wanted to make a comment, a positive comment about your tone. And I know that you talked about your shared competitiveness, but I also see that it is really balanced by your peripheral vision for what they're all doing. And the example that I liked was that you made your salary available and that peripheral vision. So I just want to say that's such a great striking and balance of tone that you all have going there. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Liz, you got the window behind you, so you
I know. I'm gonna move closer to Chris.
So I just have one quick question, and you say these are 30-year agreements. What does the oversight look like if you're funded for this 6-year FIP after the funding's gone?
The oversight of the agreement, is that what you mean, or?
Yeah, you say they're 30-year agreements.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, I'll just start off in saying, like, I have to commend the SWCDs because they took a leap of faith when they signed these 30-year agreements with Fish and Wildlife Service. And we have always found funding to ensure that they can do the work to maintain these agreements and continue to expand the work. And that has changed from the funding source. You know, there was the original FIP, actually originally started with seed funding from Fish and Wildlife Service. Then there was an OWEB FIP, RCPP through NRCS.
Multiple OWEB grants.
Yep, and now, fortunately, again, with bill funding, we've been able to, Fish and Wildlife Service has been able to contribute again. So you know, I've been with this program since its inception, and you know, 10 years in, here we are still moving forward. So I'm not concerned about that. And then on the Fish and Wildlife side, right, we continue to have staff dedicated and have increased staff dedicated to helping with this program, helping it be a success. So that's from my perspective, but
I'd just add that the SWCDs are, you know, good at finding ways to stay. We're not a tax-based SWCD. We're solely grant-based, and we've been able to do this for 10 years. We don't see it changing. We're going to have to find and tailor our program to the grant funders that are in the future, which is always our trick. You know, we're not tricking you guys, but we're bringing the right rock to OWEB that you guys want to fund this. And then we do that with NRCS, we do that with BLM. And so we're constantly looking for the right rock for the right funding source to meet our objectives.
And I feel like it's kind of been a snowball effect where, you know, it starts out slow in the early years, you know, of our partnership and the CCAA program. And now that we have all this momentum and that snowball is building, and we have more relationships and more trust and more of the thought process and the more, track record and everything that we do and all the avenues that now we're more aware of, and the self-drive that just keeps growing amongst all of us to, you know, now we know what to do and we know how to do it well and keep going.
Scrappy.
Yeah, it's very scrappy.
I'm gonna have to say we're like 10 minutes over.
You started early and now you're being late.
Well, and for equity, we now need to add 10 minutes to the other. We're going to be eating into our deliberative time here this afternoon if we don't keep it on track. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. We had a question about staying for deliberation and that sort of thing. Is it allowed? Okay. Thank you.
All right, we'll take a quick break here. There are bathrooms if you go out, right straight out this back door here.
Get a nice
So Dan, you're the lead on this one, right?
I know. And we're gonna be calling up the, who we bringing up here? Arnie Coles Lake Basin.
Good thing, otherwise I'll have to leave.
I'm back. Let's say that.
Smart move. How you doing? In person.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, everybody. And next up, we have the Integrated Wetlands Management in Harney Closed Lakes Basin Initiative. And I am, as Mark was the lead on the last one, I'm the lead committee member on this proposal. And so you've got 5 minutes to run through us. We got two colors. We're gonna get a little more organized. We got a blue, which is 5 minutes, and a red, which is 30 minutes. And of course, when that red one runs out, don't panic because you've got a little extra time.
Yeah. Okay, all right.
Just to give us a better sense of what.
Switch is flipped. Yeah. Okay, thanks all. So for the record, my name is Brenda Smith. I'm the director at High Desert Partnership. We are a nonprofit operating in Harney County, bringing together diverse groups to solve complex problems. So key points, diverse groups and complex problems. We appreciate the opportunity to interview today. Water is of vital economic and ecological importance in Harney Basin, where our proposal is located. The Burns Paiute Tribal Council's Resolution 2016-01, and I quote, recognizes the spiritual and cultural importance of Malheur Lake, its current and historical shoreline to the Burns Paiute tribe. These locations hold invaluable, irreplaceable, and endangered aspects of cultural heritage. We follow that lead of the Burns Paiute tribe, and we appreciate the review team for recognizing the importance of place and the strengths of our application, including how our goals clearly support expected ecological outcomes. This application is a cohesive effort where an OWEB investment can continue to make extraordinary ecological impacts across global wildlife implications. All of our partners have thoughtfully responded to concerns brought forth by the review team in a joint written comment that you hopefully received on Friday. So in the ultimate test of a collaborative partnership, we have taken on the challenge today to have 4 partners speak in this 5-minute introduction. So I'm going to turn this to a virtual partner, Melissa Petschauer.
Good morning, folks. For the record, I'm Melissa Petschauer, the Harney Basin Ecological Coordinator at High Desert Partnership. My role is to provide oversight and support to the Harney Basin Wetlands Collaborative to meet goals agreed upon through consensus decision making. This collaborative has a diverse group of partners, many of which are part of this interview today, and they're interested in projects that support the ecological, economic, and community needs of the Harney Basin. This collaborative has been working together for 13 years, and in the time, the information and experience developed from the work completed through the previous FIP funding has increased both the understanding of the complex ecosystem relationships and the socio-ecological relationships necessary to achieve further progress. This FIP application takes into account all that this collaborative has learned and has planned robust projects to reduce carp populations in Malheur Lake, work with private and public land managers to create management tools to control invasive plant species, replace aging flood irrigation infrastructure, increase floodplain reconnection and riparian restoration, and explore aquatic habitat management activities for wetland restoration. The Harney Basin is a dynamic ecosystem, and the Harney Basin Wetland Collaborative is a dynamic collaborative. Partners are invested in all aspects of the basin and have come together to address a suite of ecological concerns that need support of OWEB and the FIP funding to continue the important work in the Harney Basin. With that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Jess Winnick.
For the record, I'm Jess Winnick. I'm the Restoration Coordinator at Malheur National Wildlife Refuge. Although the vast majority of the refuge's 187,000 acres consist of wetlands, we strongly believe that it's essential that we work closely with diverse partners in the Harney Basin Wetlands Collaborative to align resources within the Harney Basin. For many years, we've been building and expanding a strong foundation for managing the Harney Basin as a resilient ecosystem for migratory birds by working together across public and private lands. The Intermountain West Joint Venture recognizes the Southern Oregon, Northeastern California region as continentally significant for migratory birds, yet many of its wetland basins are in peril. Therefore, the combined efforts within our collaborative in this basin play a critical role in the sustainability of the Pacific Flyway. And with that, I will turn it over to Bob Salinger.
Good morning, my name is Bob Salinger, and I'm the Director of Bird Conservation Oregon. Before that, I was at Portland Audubon for about 30 years. And I've been part of this project since its inception. And I consider this one of the most important projects I've worked on in my career. It's one of the things I really want to take forward when I left Portland Audubon with me. It's also been a real pleasure to watch the transition, the generational transition that's gone on over that time period. Some people that have stuck with it for a long time, some people like Jess that have risen up through the ranks, and a whole new generation of people that have come on. Birds on the Pacific Flyway are in tremendous trouble across the nation, but in the Pacific Flyway specifically. And we have this complex of refuges across the Southern Oregon and Northern California borders that are all failing, all because of water issues. And we don't have a good handle on those. We have very little understanding of how we're going to solve this problem. And if we don't solve this problem, we're going to lose birds on the Pacific Flyway. It's as simple as that. I am focused on Malheur because it's the one that got out of the gate first. It has been doing work for a long time that brought people together on an historically conflicted landscape, one where people couldn't work together. And just the fact that we have this incredibly diverse group of people working together, sticking together, staying with it, and making progress is tremendously important. We're starting from an information deficit situation where we've been adding more and more data to understand this complex landscape. We're working on and off refuge. And we are making progress. And I think we need to double down on those investments where we are working together, where we're making progress, where we're getting ahead, because that's not going to just make this landscape specifically more viable. It's also going to prepare us for working across all these other wetland complexes as well. So with that, I will finish up.
All right. Well, thank you guys. And I should have asked you all to introduce yourself earlier. You were up in the previous meeting.
Yes, Jason Kessling, Harney County SWCD District Manager.
We have a number of virtual partners on.
Yeah, that'd be great.
So,
folks with the partnership online, you want to introduce yourselves?
you want me to call out for them?
Sure.
Okay. Tony?
I'm Tony Svekar, and my background is in vegetation science. I was a research scientist at the Eastern Oregon Ag Research Center for 25 years, and I do vegetation consulting work now, and I work with the Wetlands Partnership.
And Teresa?
Yeah, I'm Teresa Wicks. I'm Bird Alliance of Oregon, formerly Portland Audubon's Eastern Oregon biologist, and I have been working out in Harney Basin for almost 6 years now.
And Dan?
Yeah, I'm Dan Nichols, a rancher from Stevens Mountain area. I am a board member of HDP and have been involved with this process as a county commissioner initially since the inception of it.
And do we have Sam? There we go, Sam.
Yeah, my name is Sam Artiz. I'm the Sonic Partner Biologist with SWCD. I've split position with NRCS. And I've been working in the basin for 2 years, but previously did bird surveys in the upper basin of the Silvies.
And Esther? Is Esther online?
I'm Esther Lev. I'm a wetlands ecologist. I've been involved with the partnership since its inception when I ran the Wetlands Conservancy and now work as a consultant with the partnership. I think that's all of us.
Great. Well, thank you all for joining us remotely and for you guys traveling here today. Very much appreciated. I'll give a quick overview. As Mark did, the OWEB request is for $8 million for the 3 bienniums with a match of roughly $5 million. Significant project following up on a fifth that you guys had previously. And I do acknowledge that we did receive the response to all of the, and for those in the room who probably don't know this, we got a very detailed written response addressing all of the weaknesses that were highlighted by the review committee. Very much appreciate that. I'm going to run through some follow-up questions I have and then hand it over to the board. Again, a lot of the questions were answered already, and I appreciate that. I'm going to kind of run through that review sheet. It just helps me be a little organized. The first part of that evaluation criteria was the extent to which the initiative addresses the board identified priority. It's clearly a board identified priority in the right space. The concern that was highlighted and that the public comment address was this whole idea of climate change and in particular the sort of runoff. You know, in a high rain year, you get a lot of water coming into that system and it floods. In dry years, it goes away. And I love the comment in the public comment piece. It's, you know, resource managers can't control the weather, but they can decide how the water is used. One of the bigger kind of remaining questions there is it's talked about in the strategic plan as well, where it says it's highly possible that the impacts of climate change will affect the efficacy of the restoration strategies. And I think the kind of wet meadow piece is pretty well addressed in the public comment, but I remain kind of curious about the lake itself and the restoration projects in the lake and the kind of resiliency of those with this, you know, uncontrollable rain pattern.
We're at the forefront of figuring out climate change. I'll let Jess take that around Malheur Lake. Did you hear that, Jess?
I did, yes.
Okay.
So Malheur Lake is actually a very expansive, shallow wetland. And what we are actually finding is that the extreme ranges of precipitation and flow fluctuations from year to year is actually paying off to the advantage of the lake, because it is through droughts that the wetland vegetation, the emergent vegetation starts to be established. And then it's in the flooding that it becomes more quasi-permanently established. And so actually with the Malheur Lake itself, I think it does coincide quite nicely with the more dramatic shifts that we're seeing in climate change. Because if it were to stay up consistently, then the carp populations expand exponentially. But as it's drawing down, that's its kickoff to another recovery.
Helpful.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And the kind of mitigation of the wave action and the kickoff of the sediment that was described.
Right, and those are the, you know, we went into the first step thinking we had a carp problem, and this is what we really have learned over that course of 8 years now, is that we have an ecosystem issue, and carp are manifested in that ecosystem issue. So really made a lot of strides in that and understanding of the dynamics of the lake and how we can keep it on the restoration track.
Perfect. The next section of the evaluation had to do with the capacity to partner, engage the community, and catalyze additional investments applied to activities within the initiative geography. The written public comment addressed the weaknesses called out here. And
Hey, Dan?
yes,
Sorry, I can barely hear you.
okay.
Can you speak up a little bit?
Sure.
Thank you.
This better?
That's perfect.
So sorry, I'm trying to catch up with my notes here. The landowner engagement piece was sort of one of the big questions on how you did that, and it was very well explained, I thought, and I really liked how you talked about landowners staying engaged with the collaborative and helping to recruit others. I really appreciated this, bringing the diverse points of view together with pairing scientists and landowners in some of the media events and outreach. There was still a question I had in there that I'm trying to find. It had to do with the interactive effort with the landowners. And you talked about the landowners reviewing the flooded meadow in the state in transition model. What I didn't get a great sense of is whether in terms of the unreached landowners, you talked about how you're engaging younger ranchers now as in addition to the others. But what I didn't have a strong sense of is with the mapping tool that you talk about later on, I couldn't tell if there were parcels that were like of a high priority that you wanted, whether there were specific landowners out there that you wanted to engage and bring in to address priority areas, and sort of what some of the challenges are with getting them on board. Does that make sense?
I think so. I'm going to toss this to Tony. Did you hear the question, Tony?
I did hear the question.
Okay.
Yeah. No, it's a good question. So the mapping that we're able to do with the legislative funds, and I wanted to include that one map because I think a picture in this case is worth more than 1,000 words. It's an excellent mapping program. What it does is it helps us identify areas where we know we have particular problems. And that it's a very precise map that the refuge is using for their weed control efforts. So what that map would help us do is identify landowners that we may want to engage that strategically. And I think that's really valuable. And I want to add something to your previous observations, and that is we went after folks in those workshops that had a lot of experience because we wanted to ask about the trends they had seen during the, hopefully 20 or more years that they had been managing meadows, and what practices they'd applied to manage the meadows and how that had changed. So we specifically wanted folks that had been doing this for a while. And out of that came the need to engage the younger folks who maybe are going to be taking over and are the next generation of meadow managers. And so that actually came out of the workshops that we had in I think I said 2018 and 19 were the workshops we focused on. So really that evolved. I mean, we asked for those folks that had a lot of experience, and we gained that experience. They shared it with us. And then their suggestion was that there's a new generation coming in and we need to be engaging them. So we were responding to suggestions made by the landowners that participated. That makes sense.
That makes a ton of sense. Thank you, Tony. And are you optimistic then that having identified those needs out there on the landscape and the landowners associated with them, that that this engagement's paying off and those folks are gonna kind of join the.
Interesting thing, some of the parents told the kids, hey, you need to go to these workshops. And basically, because, yeah, we don't want to sit in a room for 4 hours. And they actually had a lot of fun doing it because of the way we went about it. And I really enjoyed it as well because we were just asking them questions. And for example, I've shared this with some of the other members of the collaborative, but Esther and I scheduled one of the workshops for a couple hours. And at about 4.5 hours, we finally said, look, we probably need to let you guys go home. So they really enjoyed sharing their experiences. We weren't just giving out information. We were more interested in taking in information. And that's a format that the participants really enjoyed.
I would,
thank you.
If I can just add to that, the younger people have now said to us, you know, if we went to meetings without our parents, we might say more. So that's one of the things that we're looking at doing now is actually creating special meetings for them themselves because they're looking at things, they have new risks, they have new ideas of things. So we're trying to listen to all parties and provide for what those parties need for us to get as much honest opinions and input from them.
Fantastic.
And I might just add that the SWCD and NRCS, you know, we work through the entire county. So a lot of the times the wet meadow landowners are also the upland sage grouse focus. So we have intimate relationships with a lot of the landowners there. And so that's where we get the landowner invested for the projects, at least, you know, when we're meeting with them, we're like, well, what about the wetlands? What about the uplands? Because it's the whole system in Harney County, and that's how our collaboratives through HDP work. It's not just forest recovery; it's also, you know, wildfire, water, everything. Our collaboratives are always dealing with the same issues, essentially.
And I would just note how far we've come to when we started this process. The idea of having on-refuge, off-refuge collaboration was thought to be impossible. There was so much division, so much alienation. We see this across the landscape in these kind of arid areas with refuges. And so breaking through that and getting to the point where we're at now, we're really having substantive conversations, doing substantive work on the ground, is a monumental lift in the time period we've been working at this. So it's really exciting, actually, that we're kind of at this point.
The one other thing is that back to your first question about transition of people, if you look at the staff now, look at Sam, Jess, Travis, who's now at the refuge, we actually have younger new people in these positions. And so them working with their peer group is another way rather than older people looking to younger people and saying, we know better than you.
Thank you. The next review section is the performance history and composition of the partnership. Again, phenomenal response to the concerns, including the work on the MOA with the Burns Paiute tribe. The one thing that I wanted to sort of note when I was reading through the application, it talks a lot about the importance of past research and the need for continuous learning and understanding of the system to adapt and implement successful restoration. And it looked to me like the partnership included members that are strongly oriented towards research, which is great. The one question I had is, as I understand it, the funds from Measure 76 that support FIPS cannot be used for basic research. And so I was hoping maybe you could talk a little bit about how the learning and understanding is connected to the actual on the ground restoration.
Okay, I'll start that and see who jumps in, but we, as Bob said, we've been at a deficit in the understanding of the system, and I think this is an excellent example of what we mean by shared science and adaptive management. So partners are interested in, advancing restoration, need to have more information. They were the ones that came together in consensus. to say this is what we need to know next. And then that information is brought back, and then we either develop a pilot project or work through that to see if what we've learned is actually what can be applied on the ground. You know, for a lot of years, I lead scientist by training, and I felt like adaptive management was just something we said in passing, but we actually practice adaptive management within these collaborative groups. And so that's sort of that shared learning piece. Anyone else have?
Yeah, I probably should say something. So as a research scientist, I spent my career as a research scientist, and that resulted in, you know, publications, which I was in that publishing parish environment. And so there are specific criteria we have around research, and it involves replication, publishing the material, you know, statistical analysis, all that. In many cases, what we're doing in this collaborative is we're testing out ideas to see whether they will work for restoration. So for example, if we decide we're going to alter water management, we want to know if that is in fact going to affect reed canary grass. Now, is that research or is that testing a management objective? And to me, you know, there's detailed research projects we could do, but we're largely trying to see if we're going to apply a particular management protocol, is it going to give us the results we want? And you have to do it in a way that you have an answer that's reasonable. And, you know, often I would look at that as monitoring rather than research. And so to do what Brenda talked about, which is adaptive management, we kind of want to make sure that if we're going to suggest management and or restoration protocols, that we're in fact getting what we think we're going to be getting, you know, that we're meeting our objectives in applying the restoration.
It's kind of the ultimate adaptive management type project. You know, we talk about that in a lot of projects. I remember when we put it into the plan originally, I think it's, and you always wonder, are you going to do this, or are you just going to do a bunch of things and call it good? I think we really have been doing it on this project, and we've had to. And, you know, as everybody's heard, we change the management regimes, we see vegetative responses, and then do we see bird responses? Are we ultimately getting to the biodiversity responses that we want? It's been both incredibly intellectually exciting, but also infuriating, as you know, we've learned the hard way that some things don't work. The carp is a good example where we had some great ideas, but they were way too simplistic. And I remember those original models that were incredibly complex, and they weren't complex enough. And so we've been adding and adding, and we're getting closer, and we are changing the landscape. I mean, there is change occurring, but it's going to continue to have to be adaptive in that way. And we're dealing with a rapidly changing environment that we're working within as well.
Isn't it fun?
And I would add that so in order to do responsible management, especially of the large expansion of invasive grasses, we have to understand how specifically birds are interacting with those habitats, because if we make a management suggestion and we don't know what birds will be affected, how they might be affected, what the likely outcome of the reduction of that management action and reduction of invasive grasses is, then we can't really defend our proposals to the public. And so some of these things that look like research, like the reed canary grass project we're working on, for example, are an essential part of being able to responsibly propose management actions that not only we can defend like within our collaborative, but that we can also defend publicly to visitors to Malheur, bird aficionados, et cetera.
Thank you. And I did appreciate, Teresa, the expansion on the bird data that you included in the public comment as well. And that was our next section in the review, was the extent to which the proposed approach will make progress toward measurable ecological outcomes, and nothing more based on what we just heard here from me, at least. And I think that takes us to the last section, which is the scientific basis and planning tools that support the proposed initiative. again, great public comments in response to this. And it's sort of like, I kind of asked this question earlier. I mean, I totally get the sort of wet meadow and the invasives part and the water management from that perspective. But I'm still trying to figure out, like, specifically what conclusions you have drawn from the research on the viability of the various methods to establish the emergent vegetation in the lake. That's the one piece that I'm still in my head trying to piece together.
You might be too, but I'm gonna toss this again to Jess. And Jess, your volume is a little low, so if you could speak up a little bit.
Okay, so I'll try to speak up and stand a little bit closer to my.
Okay, thanks.
My microphone. So your question was how we're going to understand the emergent vegetation recovery on Malheur Lake and the project related to that. Okay, so as you probably read, the emergent marsh communities have made a phenomenal beginning of a recovery after this last drought cycle. The timing of the water was ideal for germination on the lake. And now we are seeing hundreds of acres of expansion of bulrush and cattail and burrweed out on the lake. We are in the process of creating a monitoring protocol for capturing that expansion and understanding what that's going to be doing over time compared to the starting point where we find ourselves at right now. We are also pursuing those topographic projects because we still have a large expanse in the middle of the lake where we're not seeing the emergent response quite yet. There are whips out there, so it is trying. But what we're seeing in what is already being established, and it's starting to create a positive feedback loop out there where we're all of a sudden seeing less stirring of sediment, less wind action, and all of that just from the emergent marsh that we have out there. And if we can create little islands further out and then track their expansion as well, we're going to continue, we believe, to see that positive feedback loop spread across the interior of the lake as well. And the carp will, the populations will rise and fall, and right now they're extremely low. But as the lake fills, they will start to repopulate the wetland, and we'll probably start to see the submergent vegetation blink out a little bit. But the emergent vegetation, we fully expect will stand as it did in the 60s and 70s after carp were introduced into the system. They don't impact the emergent, they impact the submergent. And so that's our basic approach with understanding the emergent vegetation. And of course, the ice monitoring is also understanding the impacts of ice, which we expect will lessen considerably over time as the emergents start to continue to expand. And we have not seen very little, if any, mortality to ice action during this last winter, which we were hoping to see, and that's been verified by trips out of the lake and airboats. But we want to better understand that as well as a part of this.
Okay, that's it for me. Just one comment on, again, I really love to see the synergy of those small OWEB grants being used to kind of help build the trust between the soil and water conservation districts and the landowner and the bigger and better things. So from the OWEB perspective, I just love to see that kind of synergy. And then I am done. I don't know if Barbara, are you on? Did you want to kind of facilitate other board member comments, or do you want me to do that?
I'm here. I'm having some connectivity issues, so I think I might have to. I might need a sacrifice offering for the rest of the meeting.
Okay.
I'm here. I can hear you, but
All
it's,
right.
yeah, I think it might, for it to keep running smoothly, I think that would be best today.
Sounds great. Thanks, Barbara. Mark?
I have a comment and then a question for Jess and then another comment. I'll try to do it quickly. The comment is, one of the strengths I wanted to make sure we identify this. The partnership's monitoring data has shown that bird populations have increased in recent years. While this may be due to a large part to precipitation patterns, restoration progress seems to be at least a contributing factor. So I wanted to make sure that we all heard that comment. And then Jess, I have a comment, a question for you. One of the concerns that was raised, it says, it's unclear how the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is engaged in this initiative and whether their priorities are incorporated into restoration strategies. The Malheur National Wildlife Refuge is a major landowner in the initiative geography. Can you respond to that for us?
Yeah. So the refuge has been an integral part of this process from the very beginning. In fact, the Wetlands Collaborative emerged on the tail end of a CCP collaborative. And so where one stopped and one began is really hard to differentiate. And so we feel that we are a huge part in all of this, and everything that is in the FIP application is fully supported by Fish and Wildlife Service leadership, refuge leadership. Our staff is integrally involved in all the projects, even including the private wet and meadow projects. And so we've invested heavily in this, and we see our name showing up in subtext on every page of it.
Okay, thank you. Now, I'll close with a comment. It was climate change, in my opinion, leads to more concerted efforts to do what we can versus just giving up. We can't let these bird species wink out. In addition to meeting landowner objectives, we need to continue to work across both the landowner and the agency. So, I do not want to give up. We need to continue the strong relationships that this partnership has put together. They're showing progress, and in my opinion, this is a very strong project from my perspective, and we cannot give up on this group. Keep them doing the good work that they're doing.
Mark, if I could respond to that just a little bit. The landowner infrastructure that we have in the basin is dilapidated. It's, archaic in a lot of ways. So our proposal from the SWCD side is to upgrade that infrastructure to be able to address the effects of the fluctuations that we get in our system. Like we gotta deal with a year like 2023 where just so much water came. We got to figure out how to get those off the meadows and down to the lake. But then in a year in 2022, we barely get enough water to get to the next landowner. So we've got to develop these systems that can be easily manipulated to address what climate we get that year. So that's our, our strategic goal with the landowners is to either get the water off or keep the water moving into the next landowner.
Spread as many acres as possible.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think too, just having an integrated on refuge, off refuge strategy is pretty unique. You don't see that very often, where it truly is a holistic strategy, where the recognition was that both for the biodiversity, but also for the local economy, these things had to fit together well. And that's been sustained for so long is really kind of a cornerstone of all this.
Other questions? No.
Yeah, I've got one. You've talked about carp a little bit, and I've tracked that issue for many, many years, going on probably several decades at least. I agree that I think we used to think carp was the silver bullet, suppression of carp, and you pointed out that we now know it's a piece of the problem, but not the one problem. But I am curious the degree to which you think carp suppression is still a piece of this proposal, and then to what degree how much effort is continuing to go into suppression, and what are the, I see here in one of the evaluation strengths was potential new techniques for controlling carp with gender modification and genetics. Could you speak to the role of that in this FIP application?
Probably not me, but I think one of our partners could.
Jess.
Jess is on the hot seat. Maybe Melissa too, I'm not sure, but yeah.
Sure. Carp is one of those 4 elements that were listed in the Mount Vera Lake Systems model, right? Emergent vegetation, water, sediment, and carp. And we're addressing the carp side of it in this FIP through the electric barrier that's at the mouth of the Woodson River going into the lake. And so that is a strategy for taking opportunity when the lake is decreasing in size, when we're entering into another drought cycle, to prohibit the carp from entering the river into the refugia. That's in that last 5 miles. And that's where they want to go, and that's where they're able to survive, to reestablish in the lake and reproduce. And the carp barrier the electric barrier technology has been proven in various locations around the nation. And we feel that is a great strategy for, as they're trying to enter the river system to flee mortality in the lake. That's where we can get them and really drastically reduce carp populations as we go through these cycles. And then looking into the future, if that is successful, then we are also in the process of attempting to acquire a small piece of land with Sylvia's River Channel in it, where we could do the same barrier technology on the north end, where the Sylvia system is entering into the lake. And then also through the YY carp genetic technology that's proven effective so far for brook trout, for sure. We're thinking that in the next few decades, the carp problem might seriously be reduced, if not virtually eliminated, in our system. And then we won't have to see those fluxes, not submergent vegetation cycles that correspond with the carp.
Thanks, Jess.
I don't know. Yes. I think you've answered it. Just want you to know I've had great luck grazing Reed Canary grass, getting rid of it. So I'll throw that out there. But great work. Thank you. I really like what I'm hearing about flexibility. Yeah, we want to apply our rigid stuff and work that way. So thank you.
Yeah, especially in the Harney Basin.
Yeah, look everywhere, and I am curious about how you incentivize a landowner, because water's everything. You want to talk about a walk in the door contentious issue. Let's talk about water on the land, right? So, but you're have success, so you're figuring it out. And I know in small communities, you're related somehow to somebody, and it really helps, I think, compared to more urban areas and building those relationships. So.
Well, yeah, and you may have heard that we do have some water issues.
I've heard that. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very
do you
much.
have anything? No. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
All right. I think we got a 15-minute break now. It's 10:13, so 10:28.
Perfect.
Nicole, are we ready?
Yeah, these two are not being. You guys are gonna talk to.
Yes, gotcha. All right, I'm gonna go way over
We're
here.
good to go.
Okay. Hi.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Well, thank you.
I'm just gonna do a quick
Okay, yeah.
reminder, and then I'm gonna hand it over to Liz. So we got a couple of timers up here. The red is 30 minutes, the blue is 5. So the 5 minutes is to let you know when your kind of intro wrap up should be done. And then the 30 is when we do our question, but you're gonna get 2 more turns of the 5 to give you an extra 10 minutes if we need it, if the other board members have more questions.
Can we make a little bit of a change?
Yeah.
Okay.
Since there's so many of them,
Right.
can we not start the clock until after they've introduced themselves?
That's
Because
a
the whole
great
5
I
minutes
know.
will take care of it.
I was saying, Mark, I was saying, there's the 30.
That's a great idea. Go ahead.
So, good morning. I'm gonna jump in, and I'm the newest member of this board, and so I, sadly have yours to lead through. So, I'm a little anxious, probably more anxious than you are, so just so you know that. And I want you to know that our chairs are as comfortable or as uncomfortable as yours. So, so there you have it. I'd like to go ahead and do the quick introductions, and so however you want to lead on that, please do.
Sure. I'd like to start on one end.
Yeah. Coley Nider, I'm a deputy fire staff for Fremont Wainema Lakeview BLM, and formerly a fire manager for one of the districts on the forest there.
I am Jason Yeager. I'm the program coordinator for Lake County Cooperative.
Good morning. I'm Travis Erickson with Collins Timber. I'm their lands manager.
Good morning. My name is Casey Johnson. I work with the Oregon Department of Forestry.
Morning, Amy Marcus. I work in partnerships for the Fremont Wainema National Forest.
Good morning. Barry Schulberger. I'm a Lake County Commissioner.
Good morning, Autumn Muir. I'm the uplands coordinator for the Lake County Umbrella Watershed Council.
I'm the token landowner. I'm a land lover and rancher. Maybe not that word. And an old vet.
What's your name?
Veterinarian.
Oh, my name, Louise Lindsay.
Hi, I'm Abby Wicks. I'm a district conservationist for the Lake County Natural Resources Conservation Service.
And I'm Mike Moore. I'm the regional habitat biologist for the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, covered Klamath and Lake County.
Great. So I think we can begin the tip of the timer.
All right, great.
Don't worry about these.
Okay. So the Klamath Lake Forest Health Partnership is the leader in Oregon in successfully implementing our dry forest restoration at landscape scales through shared stewardship. Our group actually published a paper in 2018 that other partnerships across the Pacific Northwest are now actually using. And this publication describes in much detail the many steps required to reduce risk and promote healthy, resilient forests across public and private lands and at very large scales. This is not an easy task, and many across Oregon are still struggling with how to engage with so many landowners to accomplish this challenging goal. So our partnership has successfully been doing this since 2016, and we are now implementing in our third landscape. To date, in Klamath and Lake counties, our partnership has engaged with approximately 3,200 private landowners, collected forest health data on over 150,000 acres of private land, and treated approximately 32,000 acres of private land and 45,000 acres of public land. Actual acres restored far exceed any other project in the state of Oregon. With success in leveraging funds, we have also been able to increase capacity to provide the much needed technical assistance to landowners. The folks here in the room today have been effectively working together for several years, have extensive knowledge and experience, and are very passionate about reducing the risk of wildfire to our forest resources. We have already invested a tremendous amount of time engaging with private landowners within the Lake County All Lands Restoration Initiative. Nearly 95% of landowners have already given permission to access their property to complete a mapping and inventory of their forests.
with the understanding that we would work really hard to pursue implementation treatments. With many of these landowners, we have already met one-on-one to discuss their land management objectives and to recommend treatments, and every landowner was provided a detailed map packet for their property. Landowners within this landscape have already been engaged, educated, and are eagerly waiting for financial and technical assistance to proceed with the restoration phase. With the recent wildfires in our area, they are very motivated to take action, but time is of the essence. The Lake County All Lands Restoration Initiative is very diverse with a mosaic of dry ponderosa pine and mixed conifer, intermixed with aspen and juniper shrub steppe habitats. It is a patchwork of different dry forest types. Experience and science prove that to meet objectives, restoration needs to occur across all of these forest types and with the same landscape, within the same landscape, public and private. Our partnership has proven success in achieving this goal, and many others across the state look to Klamath Lake Forest Health Partnership to understand our success so they can mimic our efforts in other places.
Since 2018, over 650,000 acres have burned in wildfires in Klamath and Lake counties, and most of these areas burned in high severity. For perspective, these fires extend 75 miles from east to west, burning old-growth ponderosa pine, fish habitat, aspen, and meadows, all of which were a priority to this partnership, the public, and the Klamath and Paiute tribes. These wildfires are burning ridgetop to ridgetop. The extensive loss of forest and watershed resources and the impact to our local economy and public from these recent wildfires is astounding. As noted in our strategic action plan, there are many Oregon conservation species that rely on healthy, functioning dry forests for habitat. The cost of suppressing these wildfires, along with the very high cost of post-recovery and reforestation, could have been prevented with proactive restoration treatments through thinning and prescribed fire. The cost of restoring a green, healthy, functioning forest is minimal compared to the cost of suppression and post-fire recovery. It is a good investment, and it is imperative that we restore these remaining forests before losing them to another wildfire. Once we lose a forest to a wildfire, there are lasting impacts. For example, it takes centuries for an old growth ponderosa pine forest to establish post-fire. With active management through thinning and low intensity fire, forest and watershed resources will be healthy, diverse, and resilient to help for the next wildfire.
The landowners of Lake County have been heavily impacted by these wildfires, further motivating them to work with our partnership. Louise Linton is here today. She and her husband have been doing extensive upland and in-stream treatments on their ranch for over 15 years. Through the efforts and years of pre-treatment, Louise and her ranch have been on the front line of returning fire to the landscapes of Lake County, both through pile burning and broadcast burning. Louise will touch more on her involvement with mechanical treatments and prescribed fire shortly. To be clear, our partnership does not have a fix for the liability issue. That is beyond our control, but we can help landowners understand ways to reduce their risk when applying prescribed fire, as we have done through our prescribed fire technical assistance grant, further helping them evaluate the trade-offs associated with applications of prescribed fire. Ultimately, this decision is up to each landowner. However, when a landowner does choose to apply prescribed fire as a management tool, our partnership is here to provide the technical support needed throughout the entire process. Slowly, our partnership is working to change the culture around the use of fire as an ecologically appropriate and necessary tool, both at the local level within this project footprint and through engagement in state level efforts.
It says many years of working with this partnership. And I want to go off script a little bit here and say that you guys are voting for people here. And this is a group. And 80% of these people from various agencies, all the way from Fish and Wildlife, et cetera, I figured 80% of them have crawled over my ranch. In other words, you know, if you want to get something done, here's your outfit.
To wrap up, through our ongoing work, we have seen firsthand how landowners spread the word, just like that. That was really good. To their neighbors, resulting in more landowners who are interested in taking action. When private land treatments start connecting to adjoining properties, and when neighboring federal land treatments and with neighboring federal land treatments, this is how we achieve the holistic ridgetop to ridgetop restoration. We feel this is really the only way to set up a landscape that is resilient in the long term. In summary, the Lake County All Lands Restoration Initiative has all the elements of success: a highly functioning partnership with extensive experience, private landowners who are already engaged and ready to implement, trained foresters who are dedicated to providing the technical assistance and support to private landowners, NEPA-ready projects on the Fremont-Wainema National Forest lands that are being implemented concurrently and providing match funding, and highly experienced prescribed burners. That ends our introduction, and we would welcome your questions.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And Louise, I mean, even though you're the singular representative, you are a strong voice there. Just want to say that.
We should clarify, Louise is our only private land forester, but we do have industrial land owner.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for being here.
There's a lot more people than me that these guys have grabbed.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so I'll start off with the questions. Enjoy reading your application tremendously. And since this is, so I'm relying on the rest of the panel here to shore me up for whatever I miss. So the request is for 12 million over 3 bienniums, and it's a large landscape across the board, using thinning, prescribed fire, engaging landowners, building resiliency and structure, addressing aspen meadow and shrub steppe habitats, including noxious wild treatments, thinning, and prescribed fire, and many wonderful partners. So my first question is based on the just the board priority, and it's a pretty simple one. Among your treatments, which we know have been successful in the past, and you're definitely broadening them, how can you describe some additional treatments to the headwaters as that will happen? Does anyone want to engage on that one?
You mean in-stream type treatments?
Yes.
You want to take that one? Okay. Yeah, the treatments that we're looking to do in the uplands ties into a lot of work that has already happened in stream or will be happening. And they're listed out in the SAP, but we've done several miles of in-stream treatments on Forest Service land. Brandy Nider with the Watershed Council has done a lot of in-stream treatments in this same landscape on private lands. So there's been miles of in-stream work happening there. That work continues as we speak. We have a big project in Cox Creek right now, which is right in the middle of our project. That's a public-private in-stream restoration project. So there's a lot of that type of work happening in the same geographic area.
And I would add to that just to say that, you know, when we first started preparing for this SPIP application was actually in 2020, right before COVID, and, you know, there were no applications accepted. And since then, we've had 3 major mega fires, which we have then taken out of this due to the fact that staff recommendation from OWEB was that, you know, these FIPs aren't geared towards wildfires, so we took the burn boundaries out. But we have other grants that are addressing those, and that is a very holistic in that we're combining contour felling with beaver dam analogs and post-assisted log structures, really trying to like hold on to our soil. And of course that starts at the headwaters, and we carry that work all the way through on multiple streams in the area.
Thank you. Any additions to that one? Keep going. A question on capacity, which I think, as you know, this is going to be continuing to be a large project. So what is your strategy of the core partners here to continue to identify engagement with private landowners and also, well, just that and I'll add the rest.
Okay, so I would say, I don't know if you can't see my slide anymore. We have slides to go with these potential concerns that you have aroused. I don't know how to share that again. Thanks. Okay, so as it relates to community support within the Lake County All Lands Restoration geography, we will once again let our actions speak louder than our words. So while we have been successful in our direct outreach to landowners within the project areas, we will look to open our project-related workshops to the greater public of Lakeview and Lake County. So by extending invitation to attend workshops, the greater community base of Lakeview and Lake County will begin to share and educate the public about the ecological needs of the forest. Perfect, thank you. So you can see here, we have workshops that we advertise and have pretty good attendance for a rural community, which, you know, a lot of times we'll say if we get 20 people, it's a win. So it's a little bit relative to rural communities versus, you know, an urban place. But and then we have a lot of field days and field tours that we open up to our landowners and the general public. And also we do outdoor education for our youth. And then we use all the tools at our fingertips. So we make cold calls. We have social media presence. We're making brochures. We do a lot of snail mail, and then we've made a video of stakeholder engagement, and then also we rely on our local radio and newspaper. So it's just always out there trying to get the word out. And I hope that answered your question. I'm not sure.
Okay, Liza, do you have a, okay, no, you look like you might ask something. Okay. How does the private landscape, I mean the private ownership, how do you see that prioritizing your work on the landscape, or does it?
Sure. How does the private land prioritize our landscape?
Yes, how does their input?
Well, I guess I would say, and if anyone else wants to jump into, I don't want to be the answer hog here, but you know, we're very fortunate that in this area, our public lands have a couple of great opportunities already at their feet, like the Klamath or the CFLRP, Collaborative Forest Landscape Project. So our forests, our portions of the Forest Service that are within our project boundary already have funding, so we can focus on the private land. And so with that, it is definitely the priority. I mean, it's the biggest piece, and we will align where we can work that's being done on the Forest Service so that it is a seamless. So if we have, Louise has her property butts up to the Forest Service, and we see when the Forest Service is planning, say, a prescribed burn, well, we'll make sure she's ready so we can do it simultaneously. So private land is the focus of this grant by far. Casey?
Yeah, I was going to mention, in terms of identifying the priorities for these private non-industrial lands, it's kind of a multifaceted approach. We previously, historically, have received a couple different technical assistance grants from OWEB. With those dollars, we provided we carried out a mapping inventory of all the private land stands within the landscape. And that referenced back to the 95% of acceptance, or a yay, if you will, that landowner allowed our partnership to access their land. That mapping and inventory, the protocols for that data collection was utilized scientific literature as well as this group of folks here, the natural resource partners, to identify what our biggest concerns were and how to functionally collect that data in a rapid sense. That data has been collected across all the private lands within this landscape. And so that provides us a very strong foundation in which we seek grants, because we have pre-identified the number of acres that need to be treated based off of a low, moderate, or high priority based on various stand types and features across the landscape. Simultaneously, that data is then taken to those landowners by the foresters involved, and they have a conversation one-on-one of, this is what the map and inventory says. These are kind of the, higher level objectives or what the data shows. And then you as a landowner or property owner, you have your own objectives for what you want to achieve out of your land. That's kind of the second component. And then the third component would be the experience and expertise of that forester to provide them that connection between the data, their land management goals, and then what that land actually needs to achieve a cohesive objective there.
I wouldn't mind if I could step in for a second to scale up to a 60,000 foot view to complement on both what Casey and Autumn said. As far as wildlife habitat, looking at landscape level, having that private lands contiguous with some of those public lands, when we're looking at some of those really special strategy habitats, as it's called, and where they've really focused in within this particular the action plan to allow for continuity across the landscape, particularly now with connectivity and corridors. It's really, really beneficial to be able to have that seamless across the whole landscape, the ridge top to ridge top, to be able to continue that habitat on those big chunks. And in Lake County, one of the advantages is we have really big landowners that have massive spreads to where it's not little postage stamps. You're getting landscape level habitat uplift, and it's just the private lands is key to making that happen.
Well, I was just gonna say, industrial lands, how does that tie in?
So, we've been working with the Forest Service and Watershed for quite a few years. It's a little bit unique. The Collins family is an industrial owner, but puts a lot of emphasis on the other parts of the forest other than net present value. So we've engaged on many cross-boundary projects already, whether primarily the U.S. Forest Service, that's our largest neighbor, but we have interacted extensively with the Watershed Council to get some stream crossing upgrades, just the overall watershed impact. So it is from the Collins perspective, we're trying to work cross-boundary, more of a seamless approach. Does that answer your question?
Well, prescribed burning?
Prescribed burning. We've gone down the path of evaluating various tracks for prescribed burning. We do pile burning, broadcast burning. The liability is still a concern, but with the work both Oregon Department of Forestry has done and the U.S. Forest Service, it's opened the doors to conversations around the reality of the risk of that versus the perception of risk. So that's kind of a way of saying we haven't lit the fire yet, but we're getting there. I'm advocating strongly for that. So
they were real quick, that prescribed fire technical assistance grant that I mentioned, Collins was one of the landowners that did participate in that. So while yes, they are still mulling the options over, they have engaged at least to that point and are very interested to kind of keep pursuing and seeing what the options are. That was a pretty awesome thing for them and for us to participate.
Meaning they have a complete burn plan for a portion of their property now. So as soon as they get the go, they'll have some supporting documents to help them be successful.
Yes, may I ask
Yes,
a
please.
question?
Yeah.
So if I'm hearing right, the issue, so I'm a private landowner, rancher, have 3,872 juniper piles to burn. Okay. Wow. Everybody is so concerned about that because truly it's frightening. If it goes, the county could go, and so, but nobody can help. Everybody's like, please get that burned, but we can't, Forest Service can't help, State Forestry can't help. Like even a cat to give me a burn line, like not, the liability issue is huge. So please solve that. That's my comment.
So I think, we're pretty unique and I think we're fairly innovative, like just looking at this group in exploring widening agreements, MOUs in order to bring other partners in to come help. Our ODF partners in our area are at the forefront of changing the way ODF looks at things, and really, I'm super impressed with that group of folks and where they're headed to involve prescribed fire into their program, because they are a suppression agency. And now they're really looking at prescribed fire, and they're in tow with the Forest Service. And we're having lots of discussions, and we're going to implement different ways of making this happen, being able to reduce these fire risks that we have on our landscapes. It's not a matter of maybe we'll do it, we will do it. And using, we're so lucky that we have all of our partners in this, what we call SCFUMP, the South Central Oregon Fire Management Partnership, are all on board to do the same things. And we find the strengths of one agency to fill in the weaknesses of other agencies, to help not only those federal and state partners, but to help our local landowners as well. We're all in it together. So.
And then in addition to ODF, we're working with the Nature Conservancy. They're working to hire a burn module, and the goal is that they might be able to help take on prescribed burning, even on private lands. The Klamath Tribes is doing the same thing. They're building a fire program right now, so there's a lot of communication between us and them, and they're going to be a resource for us down the road. And then we're also using private contractors like Grayback that are coming in. We're paying them, and they write the burn plan, implement the burn. So we're really trying to experiment with every single way of getting a prescribed burn done, using all the resources that are out there. So yeah, it's exciting.
Yeah, so also I'm part of the Rangeland Fire Protection Association, and we're talking about using burn piles treatments to help facilitate trainings for our local guys who may be less experienced, and we're getting there with equipment to be able to support those activities. So both the high desert and the Warner Valley Rangeland Fire.
Thank you. I'm going to get on to the next question. Thank you for helping with those questions. You may have already partially answered this one anyway. So you've got a lot of momentum. So my question is about the capacity in anticipation. You always have staff turnover. How are you working on that? And I think I've heard a little bit of that already. And then a second part of that is engaging additional partners, and I think including making the work with tribes more robust. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, Amy, I think that was.
Yeah.
You go ahead, and I'll find the slide.
Yeah, so our partnership has been working on these efforts for almost 10 years now. And turnovers, it's going to happen. And it has happened with our partnership. When this focused investment partnership project, when we first started talking about submitting a FIP, Marcy Schrader was with the Watershed Council. She left and we hired Autumn. Abby is new with NRCS. We had another DC that was working within NRCS at the time. So it happens. And I think, I think we, to the extent that we have some influence on it, we try to hire really capable, competent people like Autumn. We were very blessed to have Autumn come in as the Watershed Council coordinator. And then we also, we're well aware that when we have a new person that comes in, like we need to invest in those folks for the people that have been around. So we do field trips, and the amount of time that Casey and Autumn worked together when Autumn first started, it was hours out in the field teaching forestry, and we just make sure that learning exchange is happening with the new people that come in.
I'll just comment. I think our turnover is way below average.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if y'all saw it. We were just trying to make it funny, but that's me, and I love the Watershed Council. But to answer your question though about the tribal component, we are in constant communication with our neighboring tribal entities. One of the things that is a little bit of a struggle is they tend to deal with government to government relations. So it's really difficult for us to get on. We're on their radar, but it's not the way that they typically communicate. So one good thing, as we mentioned earlier, the Klamath Tribe is starting a new fire division, if you will. And so the lead person of that, Tim Sexton, has been coming to our Klamath Lake Forest Health Partnership meetings. And so the lines of communication are there and open. And, you know, we definitely talk to both Burns Paiute and Klamath Tribes about our strategic action plan. They reviewed it, they gave us feedback, we incorporated that, but that's probably just the level that we're gonna get for right now. Did you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, so when we communicated with both tribes kind of early on in this process, they had the opportunity to review our SAP and I think the grant as well, the first go around. And with the Burns Paiute tribe, you know, their main feedback to us was concerns over ethnobotanical species. And so we listened to that and we did incorporate some of that information into the strategic action plan. And then I just want to note as well that the Klamath tribes are kind of unique because they don't have a reservation. They have hunting, fishing, and subsistence rights on Fremont-Wainema National Forest lands. And so their priority is really government to government with the Fremont-Wainema National Forest. And so when you have projects like this that are where the grant is largely focused on private lands, it's just not that they're not interested or they don't care, but it's just less of a priority for them. So
I would also like to just add on to that a little bit. I have worked with the Klamath tribe, not so much the Burns Paiute, but in a lot of their objectives, they align fantastically with what's in the action plan. So it's very obvious that it was in the making of it, it was aligned with a lot of their objectives for aspen enhancement, wet meadow enhancement, all of these culturally significant areas for their first foods. And they align very, very well. In fact, almost carbon copies of each other. And I can't help but think that's a big reason their engagement isn't quite as heavy-handed because it already aligns very well with their objectives.
Okay. So I'm going to move over to a little bit over to the some landscape questions, because you have a lot of work that you're going to do with prescribed fire thinning as well. What do you have concerns and plans for the amount of treatment and what will happen, especially particular to the thinning in those areas? What do you anticipate with that? The disposal of the outcome for the thinning. Do you see that as a big challenge at all?
So I might kick it off and then maybe pass it over to Coley. So, you know, we have been doing this for a while at smaller scales, but still very large scale. You know, we started with our North Warners, which in this geography is now called Zone 1. And then Thomas Creek is split into 2 zones. So we've been doing this for a while. Typically what we have done is create piles, small, usually a lot of our stuff is done with hand crews, so hand piles, and then the landowner is responsible for burning those piles after they cure. We do have some that have the machine piles, which are much bigger, and then we often have some assistance for those landowners. But you know, we have been talking a lot about, you know, there's thousands and thousands of these piles on the landscape, and looking at, you know, biomass utilization and other techniques to kind of give us options of getting rid of it. But I think we are realistically going to depend on fire, and maybe even instead of doing just a separate pile burn and then coming back and doing a broadcast burn, even combining those into one first entry treatment. So I might put it off to Coley, who's our fire specialist here, as to speak to how we are going to increase the pace and scale and still accomplish all the things we want to accomplish.
So I think I'll fall back to the partnership again and really looking at the landscape and where the priorities to implement these projects are, and make sure that we're strategic in both utilizing Forest Service and private lands adjacent and BLM lands adjacent to each other, so that resources are utilized in one spot rather than scattered out everywhere, and be able to strategically move across the landscape. And so it's a little bit higher level planning of how you're going to tackle and bite the elephants, you know, one bite at a time, right? And so working closely with Autumn and our fire planners at the Forest Service, really looking at how are we going to block this up and how are we going to do this is the first piece to that. The second piece to that is to find hurdles to get over our bureaucracy to be able to make this all happen, right? And that's what we're already doing. We're already figuring it out. We've taken and done a few of these projects and jumping some of those hurdles, and there's still more to be learned. But we're getting so close to the verge of being able to be really good at what we're doing and being able to make this happen. And again, I have one more kudos to our ODF partners that I'm really pleased to see them starting to lead some of this, and that's really what we need. And they're there. They are so close. They actually have a new prescribed fire manager that they are placing into that position in the next couple of weeks. That'll be key to making this happen. And he is a go-getter. And works very well with us and the partnership. And I think between us and our fire planners and Autumn and all these folks, we'll get it figured out how to make it all come together.
Right. I would like to just add, I'm sorry, that one of the partners we have several partners that aren't here. Not everyone could take 2 days out of their schedule to come, but one of our partners is Jesse Morris, who is a fire mitigation and trespass specialist for the Lakeview BLM. So we've got BLM in there as well. So we really have everybody covered, and we all are wanting the same thing. Like Coley said, it's just a matter of like figuring out how to make it happen. And so we're making really good progress.
Okay, my next question, and sounds like I'll ask it anyway because you already started answering this. We talked about turnover and capacity, and my question is capacity for implementation for prescribed fire. And do you want to add anything more to how you want to address, the competing interests across the state for people? I think I heard Grayback and things like that. Would you like to add anything more about how you are planning on keeping on building your capacity as more people get into the prescribed fire work?
Yeah, I mean, that is a challenge. It's the same as any other contractor, just the thinning contractors. And there were other groups in here before us that we will, hopefully be using, and really it's about leveraging. So like, Brandy St. Clair from the Soil Water Conservation District, she and I say, hey, I've got a big job, and I know you have a big job. Let's just do a bid tour together, and then we get a better price on it. So it's really about not competing, but aligning and leveraging. I think that's super important. And then again, this slide shows that this is the planning for the entry dates of prescribed fire. And even if a private landowner might not be ready to do a broadcast, they might have a pile burning project, so we could do those concurrently. So we're reducing the effort really, because if you've already got everybody there, just capitalize on that. Yeah.
I was just gonna say,
that's right.
NRCS
Yes,
also, I've been planning brush removal and thinning in the same footprint of the prescribed fires with my private landowners, so that we can accomplish like double work basically, or clean up areas that they weren't able to get to. So there's extra funding coming from NRCS as well. And then however much more I can contribute helps out that prescribed footprint.
Right. And Abby's got a bunch of new, bill funding and IRA funding. And so there's a lot of money right now, but the question is the capacity. So it's really about being strategic, about leveraging each other's roles and being efficient and effective and, you know, using those climate smart practices. So yeah, it's communication, and we are just like, we have some subcommittee meeting almost every day. So it's a good thing that we all like each other. We spend a lot of time together.
As far as capacity goes, when I needed something burned, I just call and they come up with some idea. Some, it just happens. I can think of 3 contractors that we've used on the burning, 4 if you count me, and it's gotten done. Some of this in the forest, you can't schedule a day, and there's always these windows. So there's stuff that gets left behind, and I found that just privately, boy, we need a perfect day with no wind to get that done without. So anyway, it's not always just a one-time deal. If you keep after it and fill it in, it gets done.
Thank you. Okay, my last question in this category is just, can you describe your alignment with the wildfire crisis strategy? Because it wasn't clear if you're hitting their priority areas, but I know that you're doing important work. How would you describe that, your alignment with that?
So adjacent to us in the Klamath Basin is our wildfire crisis strategy that has brought a significant amount of money to the Klamath Basin. And a lot of that work that we're doing in the Klamath Basin is exactly what we're doing in the Goose Lake Basin. It's that treating uplands and sage step to get that landscape ready for when the next wildfire happens, and in order to reduce the amount of mortality and damage. And so it's exactly the same strategy. It's just not called a wildfire crisis strategy because we weren't identified in that in the Goose Lake Basin, but it's the exact same type of treatment.
All right, thank you so much.
And I would like to just add a little nugget onto that. Looking at it, looking at the lens through forest health and fire abatement and all that, from a wildlife standpoint, the best management practices that I see within this strategic action plan and the wildfire crisis strategy, they align very, very well and are absolutely consistent with a lot of the BMPs that ODF&W recognizes to advance some of those really strategic habitats.
I might add one quick little thing to that too. We kind of finish each other's sentences, but I think it's really important to talk about when we are doing these fires and thinking about not only pile burning but broadcast burning. This is where our CWMA comes in because and invasive annual grasses really like disturbance and they like fire. So that's something that we're thinking about all the time, of not creating a new problem when we're trying to fix the other problem. And we've written a noxious weed management plan for this exact geography through a previous OWEB TA grant as well. So Jason, do you want to say anything to the fact of how the wildfire could be worse if we had cheatgrass replacement in all the places that we're working in?
Yeah, that's probably, from my perspective, that's one of the biggest drivers of wildfires in our basin is annual grasses. Like, there's disturbance, there's gonna be annual grass post-fire. That just seems to be how it is. We look in the bootleg fire, it's just lined roads. And so we're doing treatments now with that to prevent that. And that's gonna be part of our prescribed fire stuff afterwards, is coming in after burn pile treatments, preceding, making sure that annual grasses are getting established in those spots. Because that's a big concern. If we have a big annual grass problem across the West, it's going to continually perpetuate wildfire.
Liz, can I ask?
Yes, you sure can.
Just a quick follow-up on the wildfire crisis strategy. You talked earlier about, battling bureaucracy and whatnot. Is there, for lack of a better way to say it, I'll just be frank, is there like a fight for resources? Like, if you're not identified in that wildfire crisis strategy, is it harder for you to get the kind of resources you need to deploy in a non-priority area from a national wildfire crisis perspective?
It all falls to what is in prescription. And so, yes, there might be a little bit of strain on the system because they want to go to those priority areas, but the way we manage it is we'll bring resources in, and it doesn't matter whether it's in the wildfire crisis strategy area or in the Goose Lake Basin. It's what is in prescription and what needs to happen while we have those resources there. So we don't have folks sitting idle. They're doing something. And so we'll bounce them. Yeah, they may come in on the Klamath Basin side, but they'll switch them over to a different funding source to utilize them on the other side of the forest. And so it actually helps having a neighbor next to us to actually bring more resources in for us. Or it frees up our own local folks because we bring in folks there, and then all our local folks can focus on another area. So there's some advantages actually to it in some cases.
Right, I think I'm looking at that little thing running through the thing. So this is my last question, and so I want to see more space for y'all. So my last question is on the monitoring and tracking progress. So how will partners use that monitoring plan to inform work as you execute across the landscape and across time? How have you adjusted the monitoring plan with information that you gathered as you move forward?
I'm gonna pass this to Amy and Casey.
Yep. So we have a pretty long-standing monitoring program, and it kind of started with our Lakeview CFLR project area. So we've been doing social, economic, and ecological monitoring for 12 years now. It was probably about 5 years ago when these landscape cross-boundary projects got started that we really recognized, like, we need to be monitoring across public and private. If we're implementing across public, we need to monitor that way as well. So we developed a new monitoring plan that's an all lands monitoring plan. And we're really trying to move in the direction of collecting data on both public and private. And we've started at a small scale, but if this FIP is funded, that's gonna really give us the ability to kind of move in that direction and actually get a cross-boundary monitoring program going. We are really fortunate that we recently entered into an agreement with James Johnston, who is a professor with OSU that's done years of research related to veg and fire and fuels. And he's now going to be our data analyst. He's going to help us, determine how many plots do you need where. He's going to help us manage our data and then analyze the data and report out on it. The monitoring plan, when we develop this, it ties right to the outcomes that are in the strategic action plan. So our monitoring will answer those outcomes that we identified in this plan. And then, you just have to collect the data, analyze the data, learn from it, and then adjust as you go. So that's our plan over the next, 10 years.
Thank you. Question? Mark.
Okay, so just so you know, we have a lead on the grants committee that takes a lead and really diving into each project. And Liz was the lead for your project. That's why she asked you so many questions. So I have a question for the Forest Service. So I'm pretty impressed. There's a 50% match for this effort. So that's $24 million. Is your 12 million, is that best guess, committed, or we're going to do that?
No.
Tell me the answer to that 12 million match from public sources.
We are very fortunate that we were authorized for a second 10-year CFLR project, Collaborative Forest Landscape Restoration Project. We're in year 3 of that 10 years. And so that right there is $2 million a year just in itself over the next week. That's guaranteed funding for the next, I think we have 7 years left. And then we have multiple other funding sources as well. So I know Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife feels pretty confident in funding towards this project. We've got NRCS that has an approved CIS, and I think there's $900,000 of ballpark bill money.
Spent $950,000 in that area.
Okay, so it's broad-based.
But the CFLR, everything I've mentioned is secured funding at this point, and this project, once you start leveraging funds, it just kind of takes on a life of its own and people want to invest in your landscape. So, yeah.
But I think it's important to know, like, don't think that we have enough money. I mean, we're not just out here like just grabbing it. We're not trying to be greedy. It really, as I'm sure you know, it's very expensive to do this. And so, yes, those funding pots exist, but that's not enough to really treat this landscape the way that it needs to be properly treated. So just keep that in your mind.
So my last is just a comment. It's a long ways from Lakeview to here. So thank you all for coming. And Commissioner, I want to particularly thank you. You're a busy guy, I'm sure, and for you to make the time in your life as a public official to attend is very impressive. So I want to thank you for making the time to come today. Thank you.
Thank you all, and enjoyed my first inaugural panel leave.
So, do I have time for like a closing statement, or?
Oh, do you have a closing statement?
I don't have any questions.
Good.
No, thank you for having Louise here. I wish every outfit that's working on the land had a landowner. I think it's really critical. So, and private business, I appreciate that a lot.
Thank you.
So,
Closing statement?
Sure, please, since I wrote it up. Our partnership has strived to fully address and surpass the fifth evaluation criteria recommended by the OWEB teams. We are confident that we have demonstrated all the vital variables that contribute to that sweet spot, which defines the likelihood of success. We hope to use this FIP funding as an opportunity to foster a sustainable landowner-driven approach to forest management that will extend the life and benefits of the implemented treatments. With over 26% of our project area consumed by wildfires since we initiated the application for this grant, we know that this funding could provide the opportunity to treat the remaining unburned portions before the next catastrophic megafire. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to share our vision. And I want to thank all of my partners because I cannot do anything without them.
Thank you
so much.
Thanks for coming over.
Thank you for the opportunity.
All right, it's, we're getting into, way behind time.
Sorry.
We're fine.
Well, we're fine. We're gonna take a 5-minute break and then I think we'll come back and get at least one more of these done before.
All right.
You guys are in charge of your own side. Great. Perfect. Have you ever went traffic? How do you
To build in such a cushion, and this morning I did only, if only. You know, I have folks who have a co-host. It's not like we'll allow him to go on and bring it down.
Yeah.
No, it was on the same invite. It's on the calendar invite. It's not in your email. Yeah. Try to find the invite. How about that?
Nice, that works.
Name?
So, you wanna do,
Okay, let me know if you
intro
don't.
and then we'll start the timers.
Sounds great. Sure. Let me just kick this off real quick and then turn it over to you for introductions. I'm the board's representative for this FIP proposal. And I'll be the one asking the initial questions before turning it over to the board. I'll have 3 to 5 questions. My name is Chris Allen. I work for U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I'm a non-voting board member of OWEB. And so let's do introductions here and then let you get started with your intro.
Sure. Hey, Colin Jones, Habitat Assessment and Monitoring Program Manager for the Tillamook Estuaries Partnership.
I'm Zach Mallon, the Director of the Nehalem Bay Watershed Council, formerly Lower Nehalem. We did a little rebrand recently, so good fun.
Nancy Chase, I'm on the board of Lower Nehalem Community Trust.
And I think online we have Maggie. Do you want to introduce yourself, Maggie?
Hi, I'm Maggie Payton. I'm the Executive Director and founding member, one of the founding members of the Upper Nehalem Watershed Council, and a co-lead with Zach in developing the Nehalem Basin Partnership.
All right. Well, thank you. Dan, are you gonna run through process with our
Sure.
timers?
So we got the red and the blue, 5 minutes, 30 minutes.
Great.
So the 5 minutes is your rough kind of intro, and then by the time the red runs out, we've gone through 3 minutes. So then you're gonna get another couple flips to the blue.
Okay, good. That sounds like a plan.
That's the way we've been rolling today.
All right. Well, this is the Nehalem Basin Partnership's Nehalem Coho Habitat Initiative. My first slide was all introduction, so I'll skip on to the next one. The partnership is composed of partners engaged in land management throughout the Nehalem Basin. We are centered on the 2 watershed councils, myself, the Nehalem Bay Watershed Council, and Maggie up at the Upper Nehalem Watershed Council. And the partnership includes, where'd I go? Nonprofits, private timber companies, the Tillamook County Creamery Association, state and federal agencies. And so we have a broad group of land managers all engaged in this proposal. These partners collectively have completed over 779 projects in the Nehalem since 1996, though we acknowledge that the partnership itself has only been formalized for a short period of time. We set our priorities based on our strategic action plan for Coho that was finally published last year at the start of the year. And we take that in meetings and of the core partnership. And so if you look at our slide up there, you can see we have some little rings and we have the partnership writ large. Within that is our core partnership and then the Watershed Council directors. And those priorities with a successful FIP application would then be told to the program manager of the Coho Habitat Initiative. And they would then be managing the other 3 positions that we're hoping to hire with this position or with this FIP application. Oh, over there too. I have my notes down here. Our strategic action plan identified 17 priority subbasins. Because we're focused primarily on in-stream and riparian enhancements, the 3 salmonberry subbasins that were in our strategic action plan were removed from our FIP application because those kinds of opportunities are limited in that geography. They were included in the prioritization for other reasons. And so we actually elevated 3 other subbasins to be included in this application because they were close to meeting that threshold of being included in that initial prioritization. And so you can see that those are the Little Fishhawk Creek, Clear Creek, and Deer Creek subbasins, where there are, frankly, quite a lot of opportunities for working in anchor habitats and in riparian habitats there. Our proposed work, oh, thank you again. You want to just do this for me? I'm going to keep forgetting, I think. Here we go. Our proposed work focuses on 3 limiting factors. These are in-stream habitat complexity, water temperature, and tidal estuary habitat. Adding in-stream large wood, riparian plantings, and reconnecting and restoring tidal habitats are pretty standard approaches to addressing these limiting factors. They have a long history of success in improving coho habitat. So our projects include areas connecting some of these in-stream and riparian priorities areas, because there's adequate suitability in those connecting areas between some of the prioritized reaches. And so it creates some better efficiency in our implementation of our proposed work to include those areas and avoid re-entry further down the line. Our monitoring is going to be coordinated, implemented, and analyzed by the Tillamook Estuaries Partnership, Colin in particular, actually, in coordination with the rest of our partnership. For our riparian work, our metrics focus on survival rates of plantings because 6 years is not really a sufficient amount of time to see temperature reductions from riparian plantings. For our in-stream work, we will be using ODFW's aquatic inventory protocols, as well as some rapid bioassessment limiting factors analysis on our treated reaches and also in some control reaches. This will provide a robust assessment of indirect habitat indicators like gravel counts, wood, and side channel abundance, as well as actual juvenile fish counts in those treated reaches, with several untreated controls, as I stated, to correct for natural variability in these coho runs. I am running out of time, but we'll go to the next slide. Our land acquisitions have 2 focuses: conserving and restoring tidal wetlands and providing opportunities for in-stream or riparian enhancement. 2 of these sites are tidal wetlands that are valuable for conservation and restoration in a bay that has lost approximately 55% of its tidal wetlands, based on the Brophy research from 2019. The other 2 properties will provide opportunities for our prioritized in-stream enhancements and anchor habitat work and riparian work. So thank you for your time. I really appreciated all the technical team's comments on our application, and I'm excited to answer some questions.
All right, well, thanks for that overview. As I said, I've got 3 to 5 questions that I've drafted up. I'm really looking at the evaluation sheet that you've seen, and I'm realizing with your presentation that a few of my questions you actually answered in your overview, probably based on your review of the evaluations. For the board here, the OWEB funding request was about 10.6 million over the next 3 bienniums, and with a match of a little over 3 million. I'm not going to provide any sort of description of the application. We just heard that from the partnership here. So I'm just going to jump into my initial questions. And again, these are based off of the expert review team for the most part. In my review of your proposal, the first is kind of a combination of the criteria B, which is the capacity to partner, engage the community, and catalyze additional investments, applied activities within the initiative geography. And then criterion C was the performance history and composition of the partnership. So kind of looking at the strengths and concerns that were conveyed by the expert review team. My question here, it's a bit of a long one because I've combined a couple, but the partnership's fit proposal was a bit unclear as to the composition of the partnership. and by extension, the roles of the various entities in the partnership, particularly the two watershed councils that lead the partnership, as well as the role of potential program managers, project managers, and any staff hired to implement the proposal. The inconsistency in describing the composition of the partnership, as well as the roles and responsibilities within the partnership, created some concern by the reviewers and myself in reviewing your application regarding the partnership's capacity to manage and effectively implement this FIP proposal. With a lack of clarity in the proposal regarding the composition of the partnership and the roles and responsibilities, and oversight in your application, if so, could you please provide a response to the stated concern?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it definitely makes sense. And I appreciate that because we were trying to fit so much into that application and whatever else. But also we are a young partnership as far as since we were officially, came together. And so there are some aspects that we are still sorting out ourselves. But to be clear, the project management for any on the ground project implementation is going to be shared between the watershed councils. I actually am planning on hiring another employee by September myself beyond all of this. And then we also have project management capacity coming in from several of our partners, including Tillamook Estuaries Partnership. The Columbia Soil Water Conservation District is intending to manage some of the projects that are good overlap with their priorities. And then we have been presently sharing a partnership development coordinator between the two watershed councils to get this partnership kind of whipped into shape, as it were. And we'll be taking the same approach to how we work with the program manager. And so that program manager then would be managing the 3 positions that we're proposing to hire that are specific to the Coho Habitat Initiative. And so I think we have a fairly robust number of people available, especially with the hiring we're proposing, to be able to have enough project managers. And we have a plan for how to essentially provide that direction in a way where it is coming from one source, as opposed to coming from multiple different locations for any of the hires for this proposal. Does that answer the question? Did I miss a piece? I feel like I missed a piece.
It does. I'll just add a quick piece. There was another concern that was raised about the work not being staggered to have more work in the second 2 bienniums because we're doing hiring. Some of that is offset by TEP, and other project partners will be shouldering more of the project management burden at the beginning of implementation, and some of that will be taken more by the new hires as things go on.
All right, that makes sense.
Yep.
Any questions from our group on that subject before we move on?
A little bit.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, great.
I think I remember when we visited Web Came Out. Great tour. Love that time. And I think you spoke about difficulties hiring. Right? And you were traveling and you would get people that could work, but they had to live a long ways away because you didn't have the housing right for them. So are you making room? Because if you're going to hire 3 people for success here, and you have those, we have those challenges everywhere, but how are you going to address that?
That's a really great question. And one of the primary ways that we are planning to address that is just that we intend to offer a competitive salary for our area that allows them to afford housing. One of the real struggles out on the coast for housing is that if you don't have enough money, you can't get into a pretty tight housing market. But I think that with the rates that we set for these different positions in our proposal, people will be able to find apartments or houses to rent in our area. attracting talent to the coast is always a challenge. I think it's a challenge in a lot of areas. And so, one part money and one part, I think the counties are starting to pay a lot more attention to it as well. So,
and I will say TEP has hired 5 staff in the last 12 or 18 months. And I think we've gotten very qualified, passionate staff, and they've all been able to find housing with help from some of the locals who are already there. And I think I think that shows that you can have success hiring folks out on the coast. It's a pretty desirable place, I think, that people want to be. But that with people on the ground who know the infrastructure and who to talk to for housing, it becomes a lot easier because nothing's advertised online.
And it all works through networks. And so, whenever TEP has been hiring, I've been keeping my eyes open. I'm sure TEP will be keeping their eyes open when I do some hiring this year. The Community Trust has a good, strong board and a lot of people out there who are also aware of where housing is available. So,
thank you.
Yeah.
I'd like to just add, I have 4 rental homes. Which I always check with the agencies that I'm involved with to see if they have any employees who are in need before I ever show them to anyone else. And I think there are other owners like me.
Yeah, thank you.
It's all about who you talk to out there.
Yeah, thanks for that supporting question, Liza Jane. My next question is around various components of the restoration associated with your application, and that is around removal of priority fish passage barriers and increasing channel complexity. There was a concern that was noted in the evaluations from expert reviewers. I noticed it as well. That removal of fish passage barriers and increasing channel complexity didn't seem to be a significant component of your application. So I'm just wondering, since that seems like a logical step toward increasing coho capacity in the basin, why those weren't perhaps emphasized more in your proposal?
So it was a strategic choice in this case, right? So we did not include the fish passage barriers because essentially most of the low-hanging fruit has already been picked when it comes to fish passage barriers. And so the opportunities are becoming a bit more opportunistic, right? And so I didn't want to limit our proposal or limit our future work when we don't have necessarily those barriers lined up for this work, as opposed to when we partner with our timber partners or with ODF, those are much easier projects for us to move forward rather than some of those fish passage proposals. And so that is a big part of why we didn't include that. We were just saying, you know what, some of these take a lot of time to develop. Some of them take a lot of time to build the relationships to be able to get to do them. And so in this case, we decided to not include fish passage because we just don't have those lined up in a way that made sense to then only work on the work plan and not on other things for 6 years.
Just an extension of that question, because it's not clear in your proposal, the degree to that fish access to historical habitat is a big deal in the basin still. Like, I don't have a sense of how much habitat is inaccessible that historically was. Is there a lot of barrier removal? And I assume we're probably talking about smaller tributaries and culverts. Is that a large limiting factor for coho in the basin?
It remains a limiting factor. A lot of the limiting factor for coho in the basin in the context of fish passage is in the access to tidal estuarine habitat. When you start looking at some of the culverts that are upstream further, while there are still quite a few to take care of, the amount of habitat they are now blocking is not particularly significant anymore. I mean, it's important to address, But I don't find that when I'm looking at our fish passage barriers in our coverage area, that they are often anything more than a quarter mile of coho habitat that's being developed. And so, again, the high impact, the low hanging fruit, those things have all kind of been, for the most part, addressed. And we're down to tidal estuarine wetland access, which is a mixture of diking and tide gates. And then some of these barriers that are further up in the watershed that are typically only impeding small amounts of habitat as opposed to major barriers blocking, a mile or more of habitat. Yeah. And then to the stream complexity.
Yep.
And to the channel complexity question. Channel complexity is part of why we're focusing on large wood enhancement, right?
So I'm realizing that I should have probably read my question rather than.
Oh, okay.
It is, I mean, tied to stream complexity for sure, but it was more focused on side channel reconnection.
So, yeah.
Which is also an important part of channel complexity.
Totally.
And that didn't seem to be identified or really called out in your proposal.
It wasn't directly called out in the proposal. That is correct. And in my mind, I find that, especially with some of these smaller streams, when we're treating them with large wood, if you're engaging that floodplain, you're engaging processes that do create some of that winter rearing habitat. And so that was our angle on it, is that the increased large wood capacity is going to create more side channel habitat. And I see that on, when I go out and do monitoring on some of my projects. Like, I have some photos I could share of the Grand Rapids Creek project we did a few years ago, where we do have some nice side channel development, and the same with several other I could mention, right? And so we are working to develop better overwintering habitat, and the large wood enhancements are a good tool on our landscape for doing that.
And I think one other thing is that if you're talking like side channel reconnection, like in the main stem to Halem, for example, where it would be really difficult to get large wood to stay put, it's hard to do that in quite the same strategic way, just given limitations with land ownership and landowner willingness. And so in the interests of having a strategic plan, as opposed to, yes, it would be great to do it, but in an opportunistic sense of, if the landowner's willing, I think the money can be found. Whereas for this kind of, with the large wood, many small projects on the landscape that we can implement in a strategic way, it would be a lot more difficult to, more administratively time consuming to try and fund those individually, as opposed to go through a bit like this. So I think in some ways that was the calculus on, we think it's more appropriate for some of those larger projects to be funded individually.
And it might be helpful to describe how the anchor habitats for large wood enhancement were identified. One of the major components of that is having a floodplain width that is 3 times the bankful width of the water body, as well as a bank height that is a certain height relative to the water course, right? And so when you're adding wood into those environments, it's specifically targeted at getting water up onto the floodplain to create some more of that side channel habitat, especially during high flows in the winter.
All right, well, I think I'll just ask one more question and then turn it over to the rest of the committee here for any questions they might have. And this is continuing on the theme of large wood, which is focal to your proposal. Obviously, a lot of wood in systems comes from headwater streams, and one of the concerns identified in the proposal was clarity around the engagement strategy with headwater forest land ownership, and just kind of long-term strategy of working with them through this proposal. Can you speak to that at all?
Are you referring to the strategy in our strategic action plan about protecting uplands that recruit into the stream, or are?
I'd say yes, and maybe the precise question is, what is as I wrote it, what is the engagement strategy with upstream timber owners to address the issue of large wood recruitment over the long term?
Great. So there's kind of two sides to that, right? And one of them is that model that we were working with, that was from NetMaps, that went into producing what's now being applied statewide, which is those protected landslide prone areas with wood that can then recruit. And that's been now, it was getting implemented now statewide. And so we're not focused on that in this proposal because it's not necessary for us to do that work anymore. As far as engagement with those landowners, we are working with Weyerhaeuser, Gastinia, Nuveen, and Stimson, as well as some of these smaller private woodland owners as well.
And ODF, of course.
And ODF, of course. And so, I mean, between ODF and Weyerhaeuser, and then if you tack Stimson on top, we have a bulk of the forest lands covered between those couple of landowners. And we have good working relationships with ODF and with Weyerhaeuser on that. And so when it comes to future wood recruitment, one, they're following the PFA now. And then also we are working with them to identify stands that we can pull wood from as well.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Any other questions for this partnership from the committee? Yes, Liz.
So I'm looking at the piece of the proposals for the land acquisitions. And yeah, they're not up there now.
They're not up there right now.
My mouth was up there.
I could put it back up, I guess.
Well, and yeah, oh, no worries.
All right.
Just kind of a general question is where, one, how did you prioritize the three? And then where are you in the process? Because I know that land acquisitions is a very long process. And where do you hope to be with these funds? Where would you target those?
So I can talk to prioritization, and then hopefully Nancy can talk to where we are in the process with them. So they're prioritized based on how they fit in with our priority strategies from the strategic action plan. And additionally, there was an element of opportunism on the identification of them because it's land acquisitions, and those are to an extent opportunistic. And so again, two of them are identified that are right on the bay, and they are tidal wetlands, and they are rearing habitat for coho salmon and important to conserve and improve.
And I'll jump in on that and say there was a tidal wetlands habitat conservation and restoration prioritization that was done for the Nehalem by Laura Brophy and her team in
2005.
Yeah,
older.
It is on the older side, but both of these properties were in the highest two categories for conservation and restoration.
One of the other parcels that we're looking at it's all within that Nehalem Bay sub-watershed focal area. One of them is one where we also do have an anchor habitat present that we would like to treat with large wood. And the other one is one that would be valuable to get fresh riparian plants into and reforest because it does feed into Alder Creek and that is a tributary low in the system that provides for a pretty unique life history stage, or life history strategy rather, for coho, because the fish returning there use just that stream and then come down into that estuary and then kind of use that little area. So keeping the water in that stream cold is pretty important because these streams are a small portion of the watershed and a important life history, because the more life history strategies we conserve, the more robust our population is, with, of course, climate change coming in. And all of this has the specter of climate change hiding behind it.
Sure.
Yeah.
So these parcels are all in the service area for the Lower Nehalem Community Trust. And I've been a board member for 15 years and have handled their acquisitions for them. 3 of these properties, one is on the market and one isn't expired. It was on the market last year. And the other one, we've had the landowner approach us. The 4th property, we are working on a long-term relationship with both the management company and the owners, but we've not had the money really to make an offer to let them know we're serious. And our trust has really been trying to build on the holdings we already have and the money that OWEB's invested in the Neoconi and Alder Creek watersheds, and trying to just make it more of a landscape view here, as well as the properties that Laura Brophy has pointed out. And I think she's actually, we've been able to acquire a number of those. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate the acquisition question, Liz, and some clarity around that. Any other questions from our grant committee for the Nehalem folks?
I have one.
Yeah.
I think we kind of touched on it in the very first question that you asked. But I want to talk just quickly about the budget, and the project has about 28% match. But there isn't any match identified for partnership technical assistance. And I just wondered if that's because there isn't any external, like maybe non-state funding to support the project. So if it were awarded, there isn't any other external funds through TEP or the Watershed Council or others that would help sustain.
I think there are some in-kind funds that we could identify and that just hadn't been identified by the time of the application submission. But largely for getting these technical assistance to kind of grow our capacity at a rapid rate, we are relying pretty heavily on this application to do that and making up for it in match funding in other areas.
Yeah, I would say there's definitely been and will continue to be quite a lot of in-kind from TEP, which is EPA funds, some BIL funds as well for staff time, essentially. This is a long-term commitment that TEP has made and will continue to make. We signed the MOU. We're in our weekly partnership meetings with a couple of staff, and
it's true.
So I never actually bothered to add it all up, but it's there and it'll continue to be there.
Okay.
We'll continue to support the partnership with, we support Maggie and Zach on projects that aren't fit, especially with monitoring. I think there's like 7 active projects between the 2 of you, and the community trust as well.
Yeah.
With McCoy. And so, that's all been kind of non-state match on the project specific side, but that's the kind of thing that we are committed to keep on doing, because this partnership, I think, has the potential to have a huge impact on Coho and the Nehalem, which is in our CCMP and a huge priority for us.
Helpful context, thank you.
It's maybe,
just checking if anybody else had any comments. No, Barbara, no, okay.
Well, I might ask one more, but it just comes to mind. The proposal's focused on coho, of course, but these days we're often trying to think more holistically rather than single species focus for our investments. When I say our, I'm speaking, OWEB, I'm speaking of state federal agencies, other entities, organizations, tribes. We're all trying to look at things more holistically from an ecosystem perspective. So I'm just wondering if you could speak to the benefits that may accrue from your proposal, implementation of your proposal for steelhead, rainbow trout, other native species present, sculpin, all the other freshwater mussels, lamprey.
Yeah.
I think that's just important to convey here.
Salamanders. Legitimately, it's true and it's there. So one of the big reasons why coho have been focused on for quite some time now is that they are a species that utilizes so much of a watershed, right? The coho rely on quality habitat all the way from the estuary to the extensive anadromy, and they also rely on quality habitat upstream of how far anadromy extends, right? And so benefiting coho, if you focused on coho-related projects, you really are getting compounding benefits to other species. Steelhead utilize a lot of the same habitats. Your chum, your chinook, your resident and sea-run cutthroat, these are all other salmonids that are all going to benefit from this process. Some of the focus on cool water, which comes in, but actually both from the riparian plantings, but also from the large wood plantings and their large wood installments, and their ability to spread water onto the landscape, recharge that water table, and then release that water in the summer, buffering temperatures and water levels, right? And so all of that impacts all the different salmonids that all rely on that cool water temperature. There are also associated benefits for lamprey, like you mentioned. Again, if we're improving riparian corridors, improving the water temperatures, we're improving habitat for the lamprey and for, frankly, all these other fish species. Temperature is so tightly connected to dissolved oxygen content that some of the temperature issues we have in the Nehalem mainstem specifically, and in the North Fork a bit as well, it really impacts a wide range of aquatic species.
And I'll also say one of the things that's been an active discussion in our partnership meetings is how we can do riparian restoration and really also have this focus on where can we do it that will have a positive impact on beaver as well. So planting beaver forage in areas where it's appropriate. I mean, obviously it's a case-by-case basis of, you know, does this stream really need the shade as soon as possible, or can we like put some beaver forage and have the in-stream enhancement along with long-term hopeful in-stream enhancement.
And there's one of ODFW's beaver focal areas is actually in Maggie's coverage area. And then as you expand out beyond that, we get into the fact that installing wood in stream, spreading it over the landscape into the floodplain is going to benefit the amphibian species as well, providing spawning and rearing habitat for a variety of amphibian species. I think we identify 3 or 4 in our application that are important as well. I'm forgetting the list of them right now. I focus so heavily on coho. Yeah. And so there are a lot of associated benefits, and that's even before we get into talking about food webs, right? And so I don't think we need to pull up a diagram.
Yeah. That's a messy one.
It's a messy one, but you know,
wonderful.
Healthy fish populations support so much more than just the aquatic ecosystem.
Yeah, yeah. All right, well, I appreciate that broader note with the work that you're proposing. I think that's all the questions we have. Before we close out, do you have any, does the partnership have any closing comments?
I didn't prepare anything. I just wanted to, I didn't realize it was an option. But that said, we're really confident that if awarded this FIP, we can gear up and get this rolling really quickly because we've been kind of champing at the bit to do so for years. And we do have some really wonderful partners, both in industry and in our like nonprofit partners, that I'm really confident that we could really, you know, make a good go of it. So thank you so much for having us, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would say thank you for the detailed review. I really there's a lot of great content in there to work with. So I appreciate it.
You bet. Well, thanks for your time today and coming over to the valley.
Yeah, you know.
Appreciate that.
We're letting you get to lunch.
Yes.
Maybe, we gotta talk about that.
Oh, fair.
All right, thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Maggie.
Yep, thank you, Colin, Zach, Nancy.
So,
Safe travels.
we did have one more that we were trying to, what's that?
5-minute break instead of a 15-minute.
Well, I wanted to check in with everybody to see if that was okay we had one more that we were gonna try to do before lunch.
He beat a box.
Okay, and I'm mostly worried about the group that is here from Hood River to make sure that, yeah, okay, cool. So we're gonna do 5 minutes and then we're gonna jump right in. So if you guys wanna come up during that 5 minutes.
I know, because I'm sticky.
You wheeling around?
We're gonna actually start with the people. Intros, guys, are gonna start with the people online, and then our PowerPoint will come up.
I think we're ready. Do you want to
What
do
about that?
the
This goes when they start, and
intro?
then when we start, I do this.
Okay,
So,
got
but I forgot last time, so.
It's not done yet.
Yeah, but it will be.
Okay.
You got back up.
You want me to start?
Yeah, you want to.
Okay. Okay. Well, thanks for bearing with us, everybody. We're a little behind schedule, but I'm happy to be the lead question asker for this project. So I will turn it over to you guys for a 5-minute introduction, and then I will ask a handful of questions, both from myself and passed forward by staff, and then with the technical review team, and then we'll open it up to the rest of the committee.
Can we do the same thing we did?
Yeah,
We won't
sure.
turn it over until after you're done introducing yourselves,
Yeah.
because it takes 5 minutes to introduce yourself, so.
Oh, thank you for being
Awesome, we built that into our.
That's
awesome. Technical difficult, I mean, hopefully there won't be technical difference, so thank you. And I wanted to start our introductions with the folks. We have 3 people online, 2 of whom I see, and then Lyman. We did see Lyman Jim on there, but I'm not seeing him. There you are. Awesome. And can you guys hear me? Excellent. Megan, would you start? And then Megan, Ben, and Lyman.
Sure. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having us. I'm Megan Saunders. I'm the Watershed Project Manager for Farmers Irrigation District.
And my name is Ben Bronson. I'm the Assistant Manager for Middle Fork Irrigation District.
I'm Lyman Jim. I'm the Fisheries Department Manager for the Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for tuning in. And they'll be available for questions as well during the interview. And now my fabulous web person is gonna.
Do you want to introduce yourself?
Oh, okay, yes. You can actually start up because we've got the
Perfect.
core partners on our first slide.
I'm gonna just quickly slide you back. Okay. Don't mind me. Talk amongst yourselves.
All right, we'll start with me. I am Catherine Arendt. I am the fish biologist on the Mountain National Forest, Eaststone, so Hood River and Barlow Ranger districts.
Hi, I'm Alex Danielson. I'm the Restoration and Outreach Project Manager for the Hood River Watershed Group.
I'm Cindy Beeman. I'm the Executive Director for the Hood River Watershed Group.
Ian Tatum, I'm the Acting Program Manager for Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife for East Region Fish Research.
Hi, I'm Heather Henderson, the District Manager of the Hood River Soil and Water Conservation District.
I'm Chris Shadell. I'm Program Manager at the Hood River Soil and Water Conservation District.
I'm Steve Pappas. I'm the District Manager for East Fork Irrigation District. And I'm Chuck Ailing. I'm the President of the Board of the Hood River Watershed Group.
And Associate Board Member of the SWCD.
Oh, sure.
Okay, great. All right. All right, well, thank you for the opportunity today to interview. I wanted to start out with some watershed highlights and initiative highlights. As some of you may know, the Hood River is an OWEB high priority focal area. And it also, our initiative aligns well with ODFMW's Lower Columbia Salmon and Steelhead recovery plan targets for the Hood River. The Hood is one of 12 primary cold water refuges on the Lower Columbia. And restoration at the Hood River Columbia confluence, which is as well as the first 4 miles of the Hood River, which is a core part of our, a key component of our proposal, will benefit salmon and steelhead, not just in our basin, but at a regional scale. So those summer steelhead and fall chinook that are migrating to the east of the Hood River will benefit from work in our basin as well. We have a high diversity of salmon and steelhead populations because of the relative geographic location of where the Hood is. And There's just been discussion within our basin over the past decade of that being an important genetic stronghold as the climate warms, and the cold water that we have in the Hood River Basin is forecast to last much longer than many other parts of the state, particularly east of us and even on the coast in the Willamette Valley. The Hood and other sort of these high mountain watersheds are going to have cold water for a really long time. So that combination of sort of that genetic diversity and long-term cold water in the face of climate change is a strength of doing restoration in the Hood River. Measurable ecological outcomes. So our long-term measurable ecological outcomes, such a mouthful, is increased productivity of salmon and steelhead and lamprey and other and native fish, resident native fish in the watershed. And we do have monitoring components included in the proposal, as well as the short and intermediate term measurable ecological outcomes. So those are increased in-stream and floodplain habitat diversity and complexity, which gets reflected in physical habitat changes, increased in-stream habitat availability, so that's more stream flow, more surface area of aquatic habitat, increased in-stream habitat quality, and our focus there is stream temperature and pesticide levels. Even though it is a very cold watershed, still there are some, sort of the last couple of months of the summer are higher than the state standard. And so there's room even for improvement in the Hood on stream temperature. And then increased support and actions by our community members for aquatic habitat restoration and conservation. So more landowners and managers engaged, and learning that leads to implementation. 3 main strategies in this initiative: restoring an in-stream and floodplain habitat complexity and diversity. And so in our scope is approximately 14 habitat and floodplain projects. Could be a couple more depending on the scope of the projects we implement, but 14 is a pretty solid number. We're working with large wood placement on 7 miles of stream, reconnection and restoration of 3 miles of side channel, and about 25 acres of floodplain reconnection as part of that, and restoration of 1 mile of riparian zone. Strategy 2 is a big one, as you probably noted from our application, increasing and protecting summer stream flow. I would hazard there aren't too many other partnerships in the basin that have so many irrigation districts and sort of this really strong water conservation partner component that's paired with habitat restoration. So there's 12 miles of pipeline that replace open canals. Really the last remaining open canals in our basin are going to be save one on the East Fork that will ultimately probably be controlled with telemetry, but sort of those last open canals and all these unpressurized sublaterals, which is a really unique aspect of the irrigation industry, and getting rid of those end spills. We also have 2,500 acres of on-farm irrigation upgrades. That's through both FIP funding and those leveraged funds from NRCS, and then engaging and providing more tools to water users through workshops and presentations. And then finally, our third and this is just bolstering, kind of providing a little bit more of an understanding of the potential and what we've already seen from the water conservation that's happened within the partnership. The map you see is of the Hood River watershed, and the pink and pink, purple, brown, blue, those are the irrigation districts in the watershed. And so that's a key component of this watershed, is almost all of the water that's diverted is controlled by these main irrigation districts, as opposed to individual water right holders. There's very few. There's like a handful that can withdraw directly from the stream. And so when we save water, these irrigation districts are saving water through pipeline and the on-farm. It's staying at the point of diversion, and it's not being taken up by anybody downstream, because there isn't anybody downstream that has the water right to pick it up. So this is I love this before and after photo that August 2019, this is the East Fork Irrigation District diversion. This is an Obermeyer Weir. It's a project that OEB helped fund to improve the diversion here. There's a fish passage on actually be river right, but on the left side of the picture, that's a fish splatter. So that's how fish are getting around the diversion. And the Overmere has different panels, so you can kind of you can see in the bottom picture on August of 23 that that main central panel is down and there's a lot more water. And that is all to do with irrigation projects that have happened in the last few years, in the fact that we have a different district manager who manages very tightly. And so it's profound, like the amount of already more water in the East Fork of the river that can be left in stream, and the picture kind of speaks for itself. So we anticipate, more of this. So. And finally, improving stream temperature and stream pesticide. That's sort of multiple actions in the scope that affect that. Riparian zone also comes into play there. Pesticide applicator trainings that the SWCD has been doing and plans more of. 1,600 workshop participants. Those trainings in English and Spanish as well. Eliminating irrigation overflows. So any sort of contaminants that get into irrigation water, don't travel back to the stream when you eliminate those overflows. And then floodplain habitat reconnection. That can affect stream temperatures through additional hyperrete flow in the summer. So that was the thumbnail I wanted to start off with. No, that's all I have.
Great, thank you for that great summary. And as I recall, this is not the partnership's first FIP application, so I am happy to see that come back into the application window. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time to talk about the number of strengths of the project. We get to talk about the clarifying questions or the need for more information. So that's what we'll focus on. And then just for the team, the funding request is just over 10 million with a 276% match. So it really speaks to the partnership there. So my first question is, that the application talks a lot about what you just kind of highlighted for more irrigation efficiency. But what it doesn't articulate well to the reader is if there's landowner demand for that and how that will result in additional stream flow. So can you just speak a little bit to what you're seeing on the landscape as the demand for those types of projects?
Yeah, certainly. So we have a long history of doing these on-farm irrigation upgrades. We've been doing small grants through the OWEB Small Grant Program for about 15 years, and the demand keeps growing. And we also, so we have a lot of those projects, and then also the irrigation districts, which they can speak next, they're doing and completing a lot of their pipeline projects, specifically in East Fork, which then once those lines are pressurized, there's more incentive to put in the micro sprinklers because it's just a better system and watering is more efficient. We work closely with NRCS as a partner, and we've had several recent rounds of funding go specifically to on-farm irrigation upgrades. The most recent round is through Middle Fork Irrigation District and a Water Smart grant through VOR. And this year alone, Carly, our NRCS district conservationist, has obligated $450,000 towards on-farm irrigation upgrades just in the Middle Fork Irrigation District. She also has a strategy open in Farmers Irrigation District and has allocated $120,000 this round. So we have demand. We definitely can show the demand. For the small grants, just in this biennium, we've allocated $44,000 towards on-farm irrigation projects. Another project we're working on is with ODA through their Ag Water Quality Support Grant. And we sent a survey to the irrigation district patrons in all 5 irrigation districts, actually. There's 2 small ones. To anyone who owns 5 acres of land or more to get an assessment of what the status of their irrigation systems are. And So that went out to 773 patrons, and we had a 57% response rate. And we're still analyzing that data, but a lot of them have said they're interested in doing upgrades. And so there is a very strong interest in this program.
Megan, did you want to do some follow-up on that question as well? It's on the first page.
I mean, the actual question was about interest, which I think Heather covered, unless you want me to start filling in questions they haven't asked.
Well, I think it was how it was going to lead to the water savings.
The second part was how it will result in additional stream flow.
So it's on page 1.
Well, okay, sorry, I didn't hear that second part from staff right now, but yes, I can touch on that. Obviously as an irrigation district manager. And there's kind of multiple parts of this, some of them specific to our basin, but the Hood River Basin is fully allocated in that there aren't new summer water rights available for folks, but we're not so over allocated like some other basins where junior water users aren't getting their full water need met. And so as Cindy had touched on in the summary, there aren't any junior or downstream users from the districts that would be using water that's left in stream or not diverted by the districts if water is conserved. In addition to that, obviously the basin districts are super involved in this partnership and have been involved in water conservation for a number of decades. None of us are really spreading into new lands or otherwise looking for ways to spread water. So we have no real incentive to divert any water that isn't needed by our current growers. And then in the Hood River Basin, the vast majority of our cropland is perennial crops, pears, apples, cherries. And so additional water applied to those crops doesn't create a second harvest or an additional cut. And in fact, overwatering will create crop damage. And so our growers have no incentive to apply water that isn't needed. And so all of that being said, these individual on-farm projects can be really big for the individual grower, but in the scheme of the basin can feel really small. They are basically impossible to measure individually at the point of diversion, but as we've done 2 decades of these, the districts have certainly seen a reduction in diversion demand and therefore more water left in stream while maintaining crop quality throughout the basin.
Thank you. I think this question, the second question, is probably a bit of a follow-up to that. But the application describes a strategy to protect summer in-stream flows. It's not clear how much of the water can actually be legally protected in the stream. And it appears that piping open canals could legally protect at least 10 cubic feet per second of the 18.6 CFS in stream. Can you speak at all to that about maybe how you're calculating that or how much could actually be legally protected?
And I'm going to turn it over in a second to Chris and Steve, but yes, the pipeline projects, that's an easy fit for conserved water allocations, and that is part of the plan. So that's why you're seeing the 10 CFS conserved water allocation associated with those pipeline projects. It's easy to measure, and just the aspects of the water right, and the fact that the irrigation district owns the water right makes it easy for that to happen. So I'm going to turn it over to Chris, though, to talk about the challenges and why it's not realistic for the on component to have a.
Sure, yeah. Thanks, Cindy. And yeah, we've had similar conversations in the small grant program of if water is being conserved, why can't it be protected in stream? And Hood River Valley is one comprised of relatively small farms. The average farm is give or take 70 acres. People's lands are patchwork. There's a lot of leased lands on there, so a lot of the people farming the lands may not be the owners. And from someone who has interfaced with the agricultural community for over a decade, asking someone to change the title to their property for a relatively small amount of money for a one-time payout is it's really a deal breaker. It's a non-starter. It's prohibitively difficult to manage as an irrigation district, which I can let Steve and Megan speak to that. But it's really just a non-starter. And the with the irrigation systems as they are, water that's not applied on farm is not diverted. It's left in stream. If it's not used, it's not going anywhere else. And I would just like to highlight a little bit, following up on the last question, of these on-farm irrigation projects have really been strong in the agricultural community because they really highlight kind of a win-win. The outdated systems that we're talking about are hand lines and impact sprinklers. They are really labor intensive to move. And so the management of these systems are problematic and just kind of get set either on a 12 or 24-hour movement schedule based on crew availability. That's not what pear trees want. And so, yeah, when there's issues with corking and disease, bacterial cankers, these micro sprinkler systems are really the standard best management practice. And so there's such a win-win component, getting that to, is there demand? There's absolutely a demand. However, asking someone to sign off their water right really becomes a non-starter for at kind of every level, both the grower, someone administering the project, and a irrigation district tasked with managing those water rights.
Yeah, in our district, it's across the board with our, with our board members, the staff and everything. As we implement our modernization plan and introduce SCADA for monitoring, it's easier for us to control the water right because we own it, and use reducers to make sure they're not using more water than they need. And in our case, as the picture you've seen up there, Overmeyer, as we close off the systems and get rid of the in-spills and then just change our practices on, we're much more aware, there's much more real-time reaction to how the East Fork River or our diversion is reacting to, that we can shut our diversions down to keep that bypass level where it's at a healthy, level for the fish and the habitat. And then, the water we're saving, we're not trying to expand our boundary or more economical, make more money off of that water. It just stays, we just put it right back in the stream. And just 3 years I've been, and just being smart with the water and not wasting it, and these improvements, we've managed to make it much healthier, where we see fish now in our diversion and beyond. And before, you'd be lucky to see anything. So.
Thank you. Couple questions. The next couple of questions are kind of technical, if those weren't already. So in table 4, you identify that the target for repairing habitat restoration is only 1 mile. It does seem like this might be a low target for a 6-year initiative, but I do know that repairing restoration is expensive and labor intensive. So can you just speak to the 1 mile goal?
Sure, I'll take that. I think it's just a little bit, the devil in the details there a bit. So first of all, that number, the Lower Columbia Recovery Plan number is a little bit of perhaps a dated number, or doesn't necessarily reflect the truth on the ground. So there's been more recent studies done by the tribes and done by the county that shows that a lot of that data was maybe misrepresented in even everything from the east-west shade reflection, or north-south shade reflection. So I think what's most important to point out is that 50% of our watershed is forested, either Forest Service land, county forest land, or private forest land. So we have a lot of coverage throughout our watershed. And then I think when it comes to on-the-ground work, we have 10 miles of habitat restoration slated for this project and or for this initiative, and the riparian restoration is baked into that plan. So I think we're looking at a lot more than 1 mile of, and there's a lot of overlap in terms of our map, where we would gain a lot of riparian cover based on the habitat restoration project.
Okay, thank you. And also, Heather, would you just speak to real briefly that riparian projects also are funded, the sort of more classic ag riparian projects. Would you speak to that and the fact that ODA funding,
Yeah, we have been using some of our PSP funds for riparian projects. We had a small local grant through Tri-County Waste Management for some riparian planting projects. And then we can use the small grant program as well. But a lot of the parcels and the pieces that we would plant on are pretty small, like 1,000 feet. Some of them are a couple hundred feet. And so, so it just, we probably will maybe do a little bit more considering those other funding sources, but a lot of them are small. And we also, were being kind of on the cusp of the dry part of the state, but still on the wet side of the state. We do have a lot of coverage with blackberry and other things. So a lot of the creeks are covered with something, so.
Yeah, I think I would just add is that the tribes have been instrumental in supporting the riparian projects on agricultural lands. And also given that our primary crop type is high value tree fruit, it's not, nothing is being farmed up to the banks and soil's not being disturbed and tilled. And so, yeah, you guys know Western Oregon and that you leave it alone, something grows. Also, again, yeah, there's been a lot in collaboration with the tribes and the Columbia Gorge fruit growers, and as well as our small grant program.
So we're
getting
painted
those small scale riparian planted.
Yeah. We're definitely, we're paying attention to it. It's just not a huge need on the landscape compared to the water conservation and habitat complexity work. That's helpful. Yeah.
So in table 8, you identify miles of livestock exclusion fence to be installed, but it's not hit on anywhere else in the application. So it's unclear if that's an activity that's proposed for implementation under the FIP.
So I can field that one. Yeah. So Hood River Valley, again, is not a livestock heavy area. There's a small handful of livestock owners and they have fairly small operations. So the opportunity is very low and can be, again, covered by other funding sources, primarily the OWEB small grant program. I think we did put it in there as just kind of a placeholder option in conjunction with riparian planting. But livestock is it's not a limiting factor. It's not a primary component. It isn't big land use in the Hood River.
Okay, yeah, that's helpful. I think table 8 was kind of like a snapshot of the SAP. And so I think it was like just plugged in there, but not discussed, and just clarification. So I do have a couple other questions, but I know we're tight on time. So I just want to open it up to the other board members and committee members and see if there's interest in asking questions.
I got one. In your picture 2019 to 2023, with the increased.
I'm sorry. I see it, but I thought you guys.
Oh no, that's okay. I see it in my head. I mean, it was pretty dramatic. I'm just kind of curious. Was the snowpack pretty equivalent in those 2 years?
So stream flow, Kat, do you know
2023 was actually one of our driest years ever, and 2019 was not. It was a relatively normal, if not. So actually, you're seeing some of the driest weather in 2023 and lowest stream flow. So yeah, that isn't just a snow melt driven thing. That was definitely conservation in action.
And so that kind of maybe answers my next related question, was just whether you had any sense of the longer term kind of climate change impacts to snowpack and snow melt timing, and how that might challenge the system in the future, and what to do.
Yeah, we do have a really clear sense of that, because the partnership in Hood River County did a climate modeling, a climate model for the Hood back in 2013. It was a Bureau of Reclamation hydrodynamic model. And so it is kind of built in our strategic action plan, and we do address it in the, within the limited scope of the FIP application, in that we know where we're heading and we are certainly going to see decreases in stream flow. And so it's given us something very concrete to shoot for. As it stands now, with the planned conservation, we should be able to, basically keep stream flows where they're at, so we won't see a decrease. And this is with farmers getting the water that they need. So it doesn't mean a deficit for the agricultural community, which would kind of be a non-starter. Like that wouldn't work. So we'll keep the farming community whole, but at least maintain the stream flow. Sort of basically offset climate change. But I think if Steve sticks around, we're actually going to see more stream, more flow in the East Fork Hood River, which is that's kind of our poster child for in-stream habitat or flow restoration, just because they have one point of diversion. It's the largest irrigation district, and so and it still has the most need for piping, and so it has this huge lift potential. But what we've seen with Steve as manager is how much management really comes into play as well. If you really actively manage, which is happening and is going to happen even more in these next 5 years. It's pretty remarkable how much more water you can leave upstream. And the fruit trees are fine. That's the other good thing.
Not to speak up, and we've implemented, we have a 5-10 year plan. We're aggressively getting our modernization plan. And, we did last year just trials, can we run during full head irrigation? And we dropped down to like 52% of our diversion in case, and then working in partnerships with the tribes too, of trying to find that happy balance, whatever the farmers need. And so, historically they pulled 141 CFS, and that's just what they did. But you have to think outside the box. We're implementing telemetry that will just regulate with that river, so we can set a certain point. We want to keep 50 CFS going without Meyer. It will adjust everything for us. So we're implementing that now.
Other questions? Yeah. Oh.
Mark. Go ahead, Mark. So I have a major concern with this project, and that is, I think, you didn't bring us a pear or an apple. That would have got you a lot more points. I was expecting a pear or an apple. No, in all seriousness, I want to thank you for not giving up and coming back. You could have said, well, we tried, we didn't make it, and you came back. And so I want to thank you for that. You have a very good project. So thank you.
Chris?
Yeah, thanks. Just to echo what Mark said, great proposal. Really impressed with it, encouraged with the stream flow conservation angle in particular. And this question builds on Diane's a bit. And this is looking way out into the future with climate change projections and potential loss of glaciers on Hood, which we know are shrinking, and how that will affect water in the future. It's going to stress irrigators. It's also going to stress aquatic organisms in the streams. Is there any talk of, and this is just more my curiosity here, maybe less tied in with your proposal, but any discussion about less water intensive crops in the future? Do you hear ag talking about that? Given the stresses that the districts will have to maybe meet irrigation needs in the future with less water?
So tree fruit is not that big of a guzzler compared to things like alfalfa or, and I think that, so not a whole lot of talk of that, but Chris,
I was kind of tongue in cheek, but maybe not really. I think the ag community is talking about changing crops more based on like market in California, price of pears.
Cherry tobacco debacle.
Yeah. But I don't think,
Our board, it's discussed, you know, what to do in the future, like, I wouldn't say I scare them, but I just tell them that the glaciers are disappearing. You gotta think ahead, so it's been discussed that, you know, where would funding be if you were to switch crops, which crop would you go to, which one's, you know, because like fruit, if you control it right, it doesn't take a lot of water. You know,
You can do drip irrigation with.
and that's, like if we can, when all the districts can really improve and we can filter the sediment, we have a lot of sediment issue. The growers are jumping on this. We've been working in our district adding filtration. They're jumping on drip systems, stuff like that, and you can see huge difference just in how much water we're pulling. Like, you know, some of our patrons think, that we have a blowout in the canal or something because it's so low compared to the history of East Fork.
Yeah, and you really don't want the ag land and the fruit trees to be converted to like 5-acre parcels, because the water consumption's been shown that's much worse. You know, your rural residential irrigation use is not better.
And I just said the other component of that is the stream temperature component. You know, as water declines, you tend to have warmer temperatures. And actually, so the Rocky Mountain Research Station, they have this big effort across the entire Western Basin to look at how stream temperatures are going to respond to climate change. And just read one this week from the Rocky Mountain Research Station, basically saying that their climate refuge model is actually showing that mountain streams are going to be more resistant to temperature warming under climate change scenarios, largely because while glaciers play an important part of them, they're fundamentally still the driving force behind the water is actually subsurface flows, and that's going to retain temperature. Because the concern was that they were really concerned that mountain streams would actually get way warmer than other systems, and it's actually looking like they will continue to be cold. So the amount of water is going to be concerned, but it will continue to be cold water, which I think is the critical component that basin has.
And some of these projects that are proposed, especially in the West Fork, are emphasizing the surface water groundwater interaction dynamic, which maximizes the groundwater recharge to maintain cooling.
And holding more water in the stream.
Any other questions?
Yes.
Okay.
35 years you've been doing this? When do you call it good?
Let's see, when the Forest Practices Act catches up to, so Forest Practices Act was in 1970s here in the state. And so we've got like 100 years from that. So 2070, before we have just from the large wood recruitment potential, we've got till 2070 before there's trees big enough to be sort of a self-sustaining supply for large wood recruitment. So that's one time context, and I think we have about 10 to 15 years of 10 again. If Steve's going to stick around, so the man works 80 hours a week in the summer, but 10 years I would say for the infrastructure to really get up to snuff, and there'll probably still be on-farm irrigation upgrades that go past 10 years that need to happen.
Okay.
I can build on that a little bit too. On the fish side of things, I mean, we have recovery and delisting goals for Lower Columbia steelhead, and above and beyond that, we have broad sense recovery goals. So I think achieving those there's not a time-bound component to that, but that's the bar that the salmonic component of this is shooting for.
I think about that as kind of part of my question too, is I saw in your application you're using ODF&W's 2010 recovery plan. And I worked on the Columbia Basin Task Force for NOAA, and I know it wasn't 2010, it was recent. Feels like 5 years ago we finished these beautiful books about how to help salmon, and we've been doing this for 100 years and we have not succeeded. So I'm looking for like, let's get this done. This is long enough, and that's the point of my question. Are you using that resource to guide you as well? Yes.
Yeah, and there's pick a plan, at least a feature in the 20-page FIP application, and also the lower, the ODEV&W plan, it was tiered from the NOAA plan.
Yes.
And the NOAA plan was just a little sort of broader, but if you compare, which we certainly did, the Columbia, the ODEV&W plan encompassed what was in the NOAA plan, and they update it, and Jimbrick tracks the progress every year, so we know that, and then I think just kind of back to you, Ian, on sort of like when's enough.
Sure. I mean, the more recent, the Columbia Basin Partnership Plan that I think you're referring to, that I think sets the broad sense recovery bar, right? Well,
yeah.
ESA recovery is down here, broad sense recovery is up here, and that's where we want to be for ecological, societal, and economic benefits from salmonids. So that bar is clearly established, and I think we're all, through recovery plans, working towards that. And you're right, we haven't been able to get there yet in many of these populations. Some have. I think one of the components is that in some places we haven't been able to address the limiting factor, and you can fiddle around the edges, but if you don't address the limiting factor, you're not going to get there. And, in some of the more arid regions, water is a limiting factor. And that I think is also, we have data to suggest that's true in the hood as well. And this partnership is specifically targeted at that limiting factor of water. I mean, it's already getting there, right? You can see the photo evidence there, and I think we have ability to get much further. And if that is really the limiting factor, then turning the dial on that, so to speak, provides fishery benefits.
Thank you.
Yeah, and then this, something we haven't gotten to highlight, the fact that we have these large, the beauty of FIP funding, and no doubt why most people are pursuing it, is it allows you to do these larger scale out year planning big projects. So we have some really big projects that are in this proposal that really we could not fund it with the regular OWEB grant program.
Okay.
Good. I guess I'd say just one item, as a former statewide bull trout lead, y'all know there are bull trout in the hood. It's one of our most imperiled populations of bull trout in Oregon, I'd say. Not many, probably less than 50 adults, 50 or 100 for sure. And the issues there are really water quantity and quality, and fish passage. And I know this proposal is not about passage at all, and we're working on that through some other angles with Forest Service and state and Warm Springs and the Middle Fork Irrigation District and other partners for sure. But I just wanted to highlight, I hear salmon mostly talked about here today, but I know there's other benefits, and your proposal does highlight lamprey and cutthroat and rainbow and bull trout and other species, so I appreciate that. But I really just want to acknowledge the presence of bull trout there and the benefits that bull trout will accrue if we get good passage at Middle Fork, at Clear Ranch Dam, and the benefits to bull trout from water conservation in other parts of the basin. That are supported by your proposal. So thank you for that.
I was just going to mention, we did just in this last year provide this passage at a historic high priority stream, one of two remaining high priority passage barriers in Tony Creek, which is in the Middle Fork watershed where there was a historic bull trout population, and that opened up 5 miles, potentially 5 miles of habitat for bull trout and other species that use that stream. So we are certainly thinking about it, as you know, at the Clear Branch Dam, and above, but in the other parts of that watershed that we know.
Yeah, fantastic.
There's a couple projects that that we will pursue in the Middle Fork that will hopefully benefit bull trout. I mean, they could use it if they wanted to.
Yeah.
Hard to know.
Yeah.
We found they kind of like, this was great, guys. Why can't you use this? Like, no.
Mind of their own.
Were you done?
Yep, I think that's it.
Okay, well, Well, thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate y'all coming. All right.
Thanks, Scott.
Committee, we gotta go on a lunch break.
Okay.
And then when we come back, we have a lot of work to do on deliberations and recommendations.
Thank you.
So how much time do we want to take for lunch?
What time are we supposed to start?
We're supposed to start back at
One.
12:22.
30 minutes.
30 minutes enough? Or? Yeah.
That would be plenty for me.
Let's do a roughly 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
So we come back at, oh boy.
125.
120. Yeah, 120. All right. You guys are giving us a little. Something.
I noticed you were taking a lot of notes back there on.
No. Just like I think it's ready.
You're gonna have to open mine again?
Yeah. Someday.
It's mine.
So this morning I messed up and didn't allow the whole staff.
You know, I was thinking back, we didn't quite go over that in detail when we had our co-chair call, so it's not you.
Well, and then it was,
Yeah.
hybrid, in person. Who's doing
It all worked out.
It all worked out. You're welcome to introduce yourselves. Everybody else is left.
Is our other co-chair in?
Good question. Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey,
good
Barbara.
idea. Hey, there's Barbara.
You live your truth. You're welcome.
Yeah.
Did you bring an apple or a pear with you?
They brought a whole bowl.
Oh, okay.
Oranges too.
I was thinking more like cherry pie.
Mm.
Great.
Well, if you were all with me right now, it would be grapefruit.
Oh, that sounds good too.
They're so delicious right now.
Oh, man.
Grapefruit with a little mezcal.
So that statement, Dan, means we'll get through deliberations.
Would you like us to start?
Sure.
Okay.
You started, right, Nicole?
Yeah, we're good.
We're good.
All right. Well, co-chairs, members of the committee, it's time now on the agenda for deliberations based on what you've read and what you've heard today from all of the groups. We did prepare some information to help frame this up for you because you've got a ranking from the expert review team. Your task is to decide whether or not that ranking should be altered or not, to come up with your ranking, and then also essentially a funding line recommendation. And to put some parameters around that, there's $11 million in the spending plan. And of course, when you select a FIP, you're making a commitment that's longer than this biennium, the biennium. But we can only, based on our fiscal restraints, we can only commit actual grant awards to the money we have in hand. And so it's a commitment for those future biennium, but that commitment will impact those future spending plans. So it's a bit of a different space than the board's usually in terms of making award decisions. And so we wanted to put some figures together to kind of give you a picture of what funding the recommended applications might look like and how it relates to the overall spending plan. And so on this chart, what we have here is each bar is the commitment of FIP funds across the biennia. And I know it's a little small, but the one on the left starts with the very first cohort of FIPs in 2015. And then we are at 2325, which is the tallest bar there. And that's what we're talking about today. The first biennium for these FIPs would be in the 23-25 biennium. And then, but it also results in commitment of funds for the next two biennium. And the horizontal lines going across the top there are proportions of the spending plan. There's a line at 25%, that's the purple line. There's a line at 30%, that's the red line. And we put those figures in there. They're more or less arbitrary figures, but they do represent the board's historical deliberations on the proportion of the spending plan that the board wanted to dedicate to the FIP program. Out of the gate in that first biennium, I think we were around 16, 17% of the spending plan. And at the time, the board said, as we bring new FIPs on each biennium, we're very comfortable getting up to 25% of the spending plan, which they did relatively quickly. And they expressed at the time that we would feel comfortable in the future going up to 30. Beyond that, we'd want to have more discussion about it. And recognizing that those conversations happened some years ago and they're not current board conversations, I do think, though, it helps put in perspective what we're talking about for these funding boards. And just another note on those funding lines, that 25% of spending plan line is the current plan. And so when you look at that first biennium of 15-17, it looks like, wow, that's way below 25, but it's not. That was actually at the time about 17% of the spending plan. But just to orient you to this graph, that those two horizontal lines are just based on current spending plan. And so what this first graph shows is if you recommended to the board and the board awarded or selected the top 3 of the 5 ranked applications that you have, that would result in landing somewhere between 25 and 30% of the spending plan in the first biennium. And then there's a little bit of a quirk in terms of just how these applications happen to line up. There are a couple of these applications that have much lower dollar amounts in biennium 1 than they do in bienniums 2 and 3. And that is important to acknowledge because we're really making this commitment for those out-year biennia. So it's helpful to understand what the impacts might be. And so if you look at the 23-25, which is the tallest chart there with the green on the top, that reflects the top 3 applications, which would result in the numbers are in the figures at the bottom, but the top 3 would be 8.9 million in the current biennium. So that's below what we have allocated in the spending plan. But when you look at the next 2 biennia, funding those top 3 would get you 11.5 million and 11.6 million in the second and third bienniums. We put 29-31 in there and just assumed 11 million for future spending plans, just to show you as these FIPs work through their biennia, what that looks like. And so funding those top 3 would keep us between 25 and 30% for the next 2 biennia. And if we stuck to 11 million after that, we'd be right around the 25%. So before I go to the next scenario, I just want to check in and see if there are questions about the data on here. Yes, Dana.
I have one. You had mentioned that the purple and the red lines are based on current funding.
Current spending plan, yes.
And you had also mentioned that in the earliest part of that graph, my eyes can't see that number, but it's up 2015, 17?
15, 17, yes.
So you said at that point in time, those lines were a lot lower.
The spending plan was smaller. And so, yes, we were actually at about 17% of the spending plan in 2015.
And so my question is, I guess the question is the spending plan trending upwards in a regular?
It has been. Yes, somewhat unpredictably though, because we had a pandemic in there that reduced our revenues significantly. But before the pandemic, we were seeing increases bigger than we had in the past in lottery revenue. And then coming out of the pandemic, we had some pretty healthy lottery revenues coming in as well. I think if you follow the state economists' revenue projections at all, their last couple have talked about how those kind of large increases are likely to be leveling out in the next couple of biennia. And so I think they're cautioning people not to expect such significant increases from biennium to biennium going forward. But, those are projections, and who knows what will happen when we get there. That's their best guess. Go ahead.
So I'm reading from the memorandum, March 12th. memorandum to the grants committee, and it says on the third paragraph, in July of 2023, the board approved the 23-25 spending plan that included a total of 11 million for new FIP initiatives starting in the current biennium. Am I getting ahead of you?
No, that's correct.
Okay, so that would fund 4 out of 5.
Right. And I'll get to that in the next slide. But what I want to make sure we all understand is that this commitment goes beyond, of course, the current biennium and what are the impacts to funding them because of the way these happen to line up. The dollars that would be committed in biennia 2 and 3 are much greater than that.
Correct. I just wanted to verify that that's what 23-25. I understand.
You got it.
Beyond. Okay.
That's correct.
Yeah, so this is probably what you're going to get to, but so one of these proposals has a very low biennium 1 amount.
Right.
So are you going to get to how that will play out?
Yeah, and that's shown on here. I know the numbers are kind of small and hard to read, but for the current biennia, the top 3 would be 8.9 million, but in biennium 2, it would be 11.5 million. In biennium 3, it would be 11.6 million. And so it's a roughly a $3 million increase for the outer 2 biennia.
Right. Thank you.
All right, Liza Jane, did you have a question?
Thank you, I do. This is for the FIPS we're considering, and it's separate from the FIPS we have underway.
Those are factored into
They're part of
the chunk of the spending plan. So the 3 colors in the bar each represent cohorts of FIPS. And so the yellow would be the new cohort, the blue were the cohort that was initially funded last year, and the green is the cohort that's currently in their 3rd biennium. And so that's why you can see the green appears in each of those 3 biennia. And so this one, 23-25, is the last biennium for the green FIPS, and so they move off.
But what happened to yellow in 20?
So this is the first biennium for yellow, right? So the current biennium is the first one for yellow. And so you see the yellow biennium, or the yellow bar in the next biennium and the one after that. As new FIPS come on, old ones drop off. That's why the colors change on those bars.
But the last one doesn't have any love.
Right, because that's 4 bienniums out.
Time period would expire.
So that's looking way out. That's 2029, 2031 biennium.
Okay.
So these FIPS will be done by then.
So the gray, orange, and light blue on all the way over the left are reflect future funding decisions.
Yes, and we just plugged a flat 11 million in each biennium for the new ones coming in, just based on what's in the current spending plan. And that, of course, can change too.
Barbara has a hand too, by the way.
I'll defer to Barbara first.
Go ahead, Barbara.
So I really love the color graph. I'm looking at past FIPS, and it seems that 15, they stayed somewhat close. This one is so different, the yellow. Just curious what you feel the difference is, that why they're so low in the upfront. Just
there's different reasons for different partnership applications. One example that we heard, and you heard some of it today, that funding that these partnerships have received from other sources are, and there's a lot of federal money right now that's being pumped into some of these partnerships and some of the projects. And so they have less need for restoration dollars in biennium 1, but those funds will be reduced in future biennia. And so they need to have more OWEB funds in bienniums 2 and 3. But you're right, it's much different than in the past.
I have a question. So I think just for clarity, when we're talking about this current spending plan, like Mark pointed out, we approved 11 million in this cohort. This is just for new applications, not funding any of the existing FIBs. And then you may be getting to this in your presentation, but if like Mark mentioned, that spending plan would fund 4 out of 5. If we chose to fund the top 3 at 8 and a 8.9, the board would have ability to reallocate that surplus in the FIP spending plan line item?
You could potentially, and we'll be coming to you with adjustments at the midpoint of the biennium in July, like we do each biennium. And the reason we do that is we get a new allocation of federal Pacific Coast Salmon Recovery Funds. And so as part of that conversation, that would be an opportunity if the board chose to allocate those funds in another line item of the spending plan.
And would we be able to hold those funds in the FIP spending plan line item outside of this biennium? We'd have to use up those funds.
No, so if you recall from when the board first adopted the spending plan in July, there was a certain amount of funds, I think it was 7-point-something million, that was held in reserve and not allocated. And so you could do that with the difference here, with the thinking that you want to build up, a higher amount for next biennium. So that's how you would accomplish it, but you can't actually allocate it to a future biennium. You can only adopt the spending plan for the funds that are in hand now.
Thank you.
All right, yes.
Yeah, one more question. Appreciate the opportunity to ask some of these process questions. They're, it's a little hard for some of us to play the new board member card too much longer. But
how long has it been, Chris?
This is my first time through the FIP process here.
No, I was gonna say you get
fair.
at least a year.
Yes.
A grace on that.
I'm past that. I'm past
So I
that.
go over here, let's just try to be absolutely.
But my question is, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself here, and you'll get to it in a slide. But do we ever partially fund a FIP application in order to fund 4 versus 3?
It's a good question. The FIP rules say that the board can do that. The board has not done that in the past. And I think there's a couple of reasons for it. Probably the biggest reason being you're essentially taking, the thought processes that went into whatever the partnership put into their application and changing it. And how does that affect their priorities? How do we know how that money should be reallocated? It just gets challenging to play out those repercussions.
Yeah, would your FIP proposal still be viable?
Right.
Funded at 80% versus 100, right? All right.
Okay, so moving to the next slide, this one takes the top 4 ranked applications. And you can see how the bar graphs change a little bit. And so just reading off the numbers to you, if you go to the top 4, this biennium, you're still under the spending plan amount, you'd be at 9.4 million. But in bienniums 2 and 3, you're jumping to 15.4 and 15.4 million in both of those bienniums. And so you can see you're just nudging above that 30% line in 25, 27 if the top 4 applications are funded. So this is just to give you that context as you're deliberating what your recommendation is going to be to the full board.
What are the repercussions, Eric, if you kind of take that? This is all kind of about risk, right? Looking bienniums into the future with spending plan and allocations. If we're bumped up above that 30% line and above what we're really allocated to spend in the FIP program, what are the repercussions of that?
So again, it's somewhat dependent on what happens with lottery revenues in future biennia, which we don't know how fast they're going to grow. If they grow a lot, it's going to mitigate, that pressure on the spending plan. If they don't grow a lot, then it's a matter of, are we going to make reductions in the open solicitation portion of the spending plan or the capacity portion of the spending plan? All those things have to be balanced out eventually. And it is a challenging thought process to go through because we don't know exactly, what the 25, 27 or the 27, 29 revenue is going to be.
So that's helpful. If I understand it correctly, once we make the commitment to fund a particular partnership, we are making that commitment regardless, and it may if we're taking some risk, it may impact other grant programs within OWEB, but we would make the FIPS fold into future bienniums, even if they bumped up above our spending plan.
Yeah, I would say that generally that's true. The only caveat being something like a pandemic happened.
Sure.
And when that happened, we actually did go through an exercise of reducing FIPS during that biennium. But then when revenues came back with vigor, they were all made whole in the subsequent biennium. And so, but we did have to go through that exercise. But that obviously is not something we're
pretty rare.
Hoping is going to happen very often.
Really, no more pandemics.
And in this conversation about risk, we don't know what the future spending plan is going to be, but we also don't know what the future FIP application pool is going to look like too. So I think we have to talk about that as well as I love this projection out and kind of looking at it, but there's multiple different risk factors that we're looking at. And, that staying the course is what's kind of projected out, but we received half the amount of FIPS that we did in the previous solicitation.
I was going to add on to that. That's where I was going to. It was, if we telegraph, if we go with 4, say, and we take that risk, evaluate that risk and take it, then if in the out years we don't have more, I think that telegraphs to the applicants, like, this is what it is. And there might be, logically an adjustments on what we're getting, is what I was thinking.
Mm-hmm. We don't know what the
We don't know though.
holds.
Yeah, we don't know. Yeah, that's the risk.
I remember the conversation we had between 25% and 30%, and it was vigorous.
Yes.
And I think that part of the resistance of bumping into 30 was that concern over our very precious open solicitation and small grant programs.
And capacity grants too.
Capacity, yeah. And we bumped capacity. I remember, didn't we elevate capacity?
We did increase, yes.
Yeah. But what I'm hearing and seeing is there's, under these FIPS, a lot of those, what could have potentially been open and small, they're covered under the FIP. So there's really, in my way of looking, less pressure on those other grant programs because we are funding FIP programs. I was in the 25% camp because not everybody or everywhere can pull off a FIP. And I want to make sure that we can still have that. But these FIPs are awesome and they're doing really incredible, important work. And so I think there's a lessening of the pressure on the smaller, potentially, because they're not using those, they're using the big box. So I just wanted to toss that, if I'm correct in my logic here.
And again, it depends on revenue, right? If revenue, if we go to 30 or above and revenue kind of flattens a little bit, that would mean reductions in what's available in other aspects of the space.
And the board could say 35%.
And the board could say 35%, absolutely.
Yeah.
So are you gonna put number 5 on there if we did 5, or did you just leave that off? You said that's for Fund 4, that would be the.
Right, we left it off. If you went to 5, you'd be over the 11 million in this biennium, not to mention the.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't getting ahead of you there. So I'm kind of in the same camp as I think Liza Jane is, that, the board has already made a decision for 23-25. That's, if I read that sentence correctly, the board said for 23-25, 11 million.
Yeah.
And in my opinion, we can speculate. It's nice to see the projections for the future. We can speculate that forever, but we don't know. We want to be conservative, but I think that FIPS are, that's where in my opinion, the rubber really meets the road. We give them significant amounts of money to do great things, not just, I don't mean this to be negative, but not random acts of kindness, not small project here, small project there, small project. We say, here's a chunk of money for 3 biennium to do great things. And we've seen evidence of that has proven out from the previous FIPS. We're doing great things. And so I strongly support funding the 4 out of 5. And that keeps us within the 11 million. And we know that the future is unclear, but this is our best guess of where it's at. And we'll deal with that at that point in time. So I'm definitely in the camp of strong supporters of FIPS. And this is where we make the greatest impact, in my opinion, of OWEB expenditure of funds to do great projects. And we have these groups behind that said that we're willing to do that, and we make sure that they do that. So that's where I'm at. Just really a strong supporter of this.
Can I ask a question about that, Mark? Because number one, I agree wholeheartedly. And I also hear kind of Liza Jane once in a while saying, like, what's the exit strategy, right? And so 2 of these FIPs that we're talking about funding it's their second FIP. So they've already had 3 bienniums to do it. And now they're asking for 3 more. And I don't know, like, does that matter to us? I mean, are we interested in, we have six board priorities across the landscape. And some of them are more disproportionately invested in than others. And I don't know if that's like part of our deliberation in this committee or not, but it's sort of like, I mean, there's a lot to do in a lot of places. And so how many FIPs would we want to have happening in one specific area or one thing?
Well, and I would agree with you, Dan. And I'll speak for Harney because, I think maybe all of us were involved in that Burns meeting where the Harney Basin, how much good work they've done with their relationship building and strong work on the ground. And I just don't want to see that project die. And I'm just a strong supporter for, they're doing good things. They're committed. They've shown results, and it's number 4 on the list there. So, I'm going to vote strongly to support that project just because I see that, growing up in Eastern Oregon, it's tough to get property owners and landowners to trust government and to work together. And they've been able to accomplish that. I'm trying to use this as an example. Yeah. And they've done that. They've brought together potentially warring parties. I hate government, I hate agencies and landowners, and I don't distrust and all that. And they've fought through that, and they now have come together and are accomplishing good things. And you've got landowners at the table with the state and the federal agencies working together to do really good things, and we've seen the results of that. And so, in my opinion, I'd like to continue that. Yeah. So I just see the huge benefits.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. I have some thoughts on that. I also agree with Mark, and I would like to support funding the top 4 ranked out of 5. As a practitioner on the ground, 6 years is not enough time to move the needle, neither is 12. I think that, we're sort of looking at these long-term projects that all of the work that you do within 6 years has benefits as those projects mature. But I think in the world I work in my projects take multiple entries to get towards desired future conditions. And I think that we do tend to operate in a world or in a realm of wanting to see results right away. And I think it does take time. I think that, sometimes the environment is in a condition. It didn't get here in the last decade. It's gotten here in the last 200 or more years, especially when you look at indigenous land management. And so I think we need to look at it at that time scale as 6 years or 12 years or 18 years is going to start trending it that way. But we didn't get here in 20 years. We got to where we're at over the last couple centuries. The other thing I would say is that we have these conversations every time a FIP solicitation comes up, is how to spread it across, how to achieve equity, in the priorities across the state. I think those conversations are important, but we don't have those rules confining where we're at. And so we just have to deal with what's come to the table in the proposal.
Hey, Dan. And I just, I'm gonna take over being new to the board. That's mine now.
You're loud.
All right, and I'm holding on to it as long as I can. Yes. So, one of the things that I noticed, across all these and the comments on the review team and the experts is this is speak to the success. So to me, it's taken the 6 years to get to the success. So would we then, ask them to tell them what our success is and then not penalize is a strong word, but sort of penalize them for saying, okay, you've done it. So that's why I just thinking about what we're asking and trying to align that with how we may go in the future is one of my thoughts.
And I need to ask a question because I don't know the answer to it. Usually you don't ask a question unless you know the answer, but I don't know the answer to it. So if in 2 or 3 bienniums, the economy just tanks and it goes away, do we have some kind of a contractual thing in there that says, this is all contingent upon funding and the funding died. And so we're going to have to cut you back. We don't have any contractual agreement that says we've agreed to fund you for 6 years and you got that for 6 years. So,
No, and in fact, you can't commit money that's not in your budget.
So they all know
Budget
that.
is a 2-year process.
They know that up front,
Yes.
that this is what, this is as far as we can go, but we know that there's a commitment at least out there for that. Okay.
Liza Jane?
I do. I'm the oldest.
Okay, big sister.
Yeah.
What's Barbara? Barbara's right up there.
No,
Oh, no, okay.
I'm moldy. And
Just
at
like a
some
good blue
point,
cheese.
so here's my, my soapbox is, we gotta figure out how to reduce these costs. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that this restoration work costs us much. And so if at any effort, somebody says to me, we figure out a way to do this great work cheaper, that would be really valuable. And every budget conversation, I think we need to include that because the general public, especially those on working lands, that's a major eye roll event when you say you're going to spend $2 million on that mile of river, and that's seen as a government stack of paperwork, and give me $1 million and I'll show you what I can do with that. But that's not reality. But I really hope that we can keep working with these awesome people on the land and in our power, whoever is involved in government, to get and bureaucracy to get those prices down so we can do more of this. Because I just watch it just going through the ceiling. So
maybe that's one of the criteria.
I would.
The new criteria. Like, how are you being most cost effective?
If they can, we heard it from tide gates. It takes like 4 years of permitting and huge amounts of expense. Like blow that up, make it happen. So I just thought I'd take a little minute after lunch.
Well, we heard a
All the
little bit
status.
of that today from the panels that they were talking about, joining projects
Yeah, I
and
love
sort of
that.
leveraging the resources.
Yeah,
that's
Yeah.
true.
So I think there is a conversation there, like how much, more of that can OWEB kind of facilitate.
Yeah. In my own experience, I just want to cut a couple trees, drop them in the river, we'll watch what happens. And, $1 million later, we have a great project, but whew.
Yeah, so I just want to say one thing about costs, and as somebody who's been a watershed restoration practitioner before I came to OWEB, just to recognize that the vast bulk of the money that's being allocated through this program is going right into these communities. This is paying for local contractors, small businesses to continue the work that they're doing. So this isn't boondoggle money. These are real costs that real small businesses are incurring, and is supporting local restoration economy and local jobs. So just want to remind folks about that.
Yeah, that's true.
Other questions? Barbara, anything from you?
Yes, not too much. I'm definitely in support of staff's or of the expert review team's I mean, not their ranking, but the funding of these. I would have ranked them a little differently. And to Mark's point, I'd probably move up the Harney Basin, but I'm still in support of funding 4 at this point.
Sounds good. I had one technical question on this. Is it when you like these FIPS forecasts, like we're gonna spend $4 million in the next biennium, do they always hit that, or do they sometimes come in underneath that? In other words, are some of the projects, they're not?
Yeah, it's a good question. And because you are projecting project budgets and sometimes things change. What will happen is the partnership has a pipeline of projects in priority order. And if the project that they just finished implementing comes in under budget, they can apply those funds to the next project on the priority list. Obviously, when you get to the end of the FIP, we would just recapture the funds if that happens. But during the 6 years of the FIP, they can keep working on their project priorities with those funds.
So there is potentially a little bit of flexibility in that top line number if something like that happens.
In the third biennium, there's potential to recapture funds. We haven't really seen that happen, but we're still actually working on projects from the first cohort of FIPS. So we just don't have a long experience of completed FIPS.
I was just curious.
But I think the ones, Eric, that you manage that have been completed, I think they spent all of their funds.
Close to, I mean, maybe a few $1,000s.
Nothing, I kind of make up. Yeah. Gotcha. Thank you. I was just curious. Mark?
Can I close the loop with Barbara?
Please, yeah.
So Barbara, what would you propose? You were talking about a potential option there of moving Harney up. What
I mean, still fully fund them. I would just, I felt like I would move them up 1. I would reverse. But I'd still fully fund them. So I don't know if that makes a difference.
Well, from my perspective, I would support that. The question is we don't know this answer, but whatever our committee recommends, hopefully the full OWEB voting members would agree with our recommendation. If they don't, and they only fund the top 3, then Harney's out. And then, but if you move Harney up, then the Sage Grouse folks are out. So, here we go. Yeah, good question.
Mark,
Mark, that's a great point. I just, the Harney Basin Wetland Collaborative just seemed a little stronger than the Oregon All Counties CCAA. But I still feel like with the 11 million, the decision's already been made to fund the 11 million, and these 4 would fall within that that decision that's already been made by the full board.
And that would be my only concern is that if somebody on the OWEB board says, well, I don't support the grants committee recommendation, I would support something less than that, and then Harney drops off, even though the board had already made the decision in that sentence I read to fund 11 million. So I would, very seldom do I ever go against a committee's recommendation because they've done the homework, and I'm just the policymaker that makes a decision. It's like our county commissioner back there. I don't sit there and make the decision if there's been a strong, in my 12 years as a county commissioner, I know how this works. It's very difficult to go against a group that has done the homework and really done the due diligence. And they come in with a recommendation and say, nope, I'm not going to agree with that. Well, why? Well, hopefully the OWEB board would say, you guys have done the homework. Staff has done the homework. We made the recommendations. We've done the due diligence and drilling the applicants. And we make a recommendation to support 11 million and fund 4 out of the 5 projects. So hopefully that's the way it would go, but you never can tell.
And again, not having been through this process, the scenario that Mark just laid out, is there precedence for the full board changing the recommendation of the committee on a FIP package of 3 versus 4 or like that?
There is, and it went the other direction in terms of adding one to the committee's recommendation. That's happened in the past.
But the ranking itself does not, that's not of issue.
Well, it can be, and I think that's Mark's point and Barbara's point. And I would suggest that the committee probably should include two components to your motion, which is the rank order and then where you draw the line. Because as Mark points out, if the board decides, you know, we feel uncomfortable about that out-year commitment and we only want to fund 3, then your recommendation for ranking, they would want to consider that. And the board, of course, could change that too, but I think it's important to tell them what you think your recommendation is for the rank order of the applications, as well as where to draw the funding line. Complicated. I know.
Well, so for a point, just trying to figure out what the point of order is. So if do we typically just send in, you know, this is the line we're going to be at, and this is the group? Is that the normal piece that goes to the full board? And would we today try to reorder in anticipation that there could be a question? When does that happen? Or are you saying that it should happen at the full board, the reorder, if we go no? I'm not sure. I'm actually a real true puzzling question for me.
What I'm hearing is that this committee should make a recommendation to the board on not only the number being funded, but the order of funding.
And the order.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so I'm kind of hearing that we're maybe got some consensus on funding 4. I'm not gonna assume that's the case, but I've heard a few people say that.
Yeah.
And the $11 million we have seems to support that. And then just Barbara threw out this idea of maybe changing the order. So the rank right now, the 4 would be the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, which would be Hood River, Lake County All Lands, the Oregon Sage Grouse, and then Hardy County Closed Lakes. So that would be that's the ranking that the technical review team provided.
Right. So would we vote? I mean, I don't know how we're doing it. Should we ask first about the overall amount, you know, the 11, and then circle back and, you know, talk about ranking?
Yeah, so what we're gonna need to do is we're gonna need to get a motion from somebody, and we could do 2 separate, separate actions. One is a motion on the number of funds.
Okay.
Can I ask another question? Yeah. So how many voting members are on the OWEB board?
None. Yeah.
On the board.
How many voting members are
there? Are 11.
11. So there's 5 of us that are on the grants committee.
That's right.
So I'm just trying to.
Oh yeah.
There's probably 5 of us that are going to recommend whatever we agree to, unless if somebody doesn't support the motion. So we're already half.
You only need to convince 3 more.
Well, is it a majority?
It's a super majority.
Oh, it has to be a super majority. Okay, well.
For funding decisions.
As my favorite comedian used to say, for those of us who've been around by Gilda Radner, never mind. I don't know if you've ever heard her say that. She was fun. She wanted to change. Okay, forget that.
Okay.
I want to speak up to ordering. I don't think it's necessary. I think it confuses. It sends a message that I don't think is all that relevant. I support funding 4 of the 5, and I also want to support the staff and the review teams and their ranking. I think that will get this moved forward easier without deciding or not deciding that we want to switch the order. So I'd ask you all to consider just leaving that be, if you agree to.
Make a motion.
I agree.
Yeah, make a motion.
Make a motion. I'm not really good at that. Somebody else could do that.
Okay, I'll do it.
Thank you,
The
Mark.
good guy or the
I'll
bad guy,
second it.
whatever, depending on who you're talking to. I would make a motion that we recommend to the full OWEB board, the funding of the Hood River Basin Partnership, the Klamath Lake Forest Health Partnership, the Oregon All Counties CCCA Steering Committee, and the Harney Basin Wetlands Collaborative for a tune of roughly 10 million something. I think it is 10 million.
9.448.
9.448.
Do we have a second?
I do, I second.
Any discussion?
Just a comment, do we need to say in that ranking order? Or doesn't matter for the motion?
What I heard in the motion was keeping it in the rank.
Okay,
order
got it.
as
Yeah.
Presented.
I could make that if that.
No further discussion.
I had just a clarifying question. When this goes before the full board, if there's any inclination to just go with 3 instead of 4, and what is that process? Deciding.
It would look a lot like what you just did.
A little bit around.
A little more.
Okay.
And I think what they would do, they would take your recommendation as a starting point. And so if they took that as a starting point, but said they wanted to fund 3, that opens the discussion. Okay, well, those 3 are Hood, Lake, and Sagebrush. And then the group would talk about that.
Yeah. I guess maybe embedded within that is a question regarding the expert review team and whether they are ever asked to potentially weigh in again. Like, I'm unclear with the rankings, and I don't know who all here may have participated on those teams. I know you did.
Yeah.
And so I'm just curious, was there a lot of debate between number 3 and number 4, and a lot of distance or not? And might information about those discussions from the technical review team or teams contribute to that discussion at the full board meeting?
Do you want to talk about the process, or do you want me to?
Go for it.
Okay, so I did participate on the technical review team, and similarly to other grant ranking or recommendations, staff did a great job in facilitating technical review team conversation. There was a lead reviewer, just like there was here, a follow-up reviewer, discussion, and then we'd move on, and it was about an hour or so per application. At the end of that, we did a blind straw poll where each person was on their own computer and ranked. And so this is the average. This is how it fell out with each person casting their vote. I will say that for me personally, I think 3 and 4 were inverted, but I think that it reflects the majority, and I was very satisfied with how the ranking fell out.
Appreciate that.
I believe the full board has the option of all 5.
Mm-hmm.
They can decide we as a full board could change the whole scene. So again, it's just our opinion that it's going to be give a little extra weight. Yeah.
So, and I feel so strongly about, making sure I'm going to be in the middle. Nicole's about the only one that knows this, I think. I'm going to be in the middle of the Pacific Ocean.
Oh.
And I'm actually going to get on the internet for this vote to make sure that, that Harney Basin gets in there.
Yeah, that's interesting. So hopefully you'll be in the Pacific. What time will it be?
Well, I don't know what time it is, but
Yeah,
she's gonna time me in, so I'm gonna go on the ship internet and when you come in.
There you go, on a ship. Oh my gosh.
You are the international dateline, I guess.
Yeah. Somewhere between Sydney and Vancouver, BC. So.
Oh my gosh. So Dan,
Oh,
just a comment. I know that, and I think it was in one of the last meetings of this that I was thinking about this, is I want to respect all the work that the staff and the technical team did. And I think there was just a comment, we want to honor that. And I want to honor that, but I know that we just spent a day listening to more information that builds upon, from the people that are involved, that builds upon and informs us more. So if I didn't go with that ranking, then it's because I was informed, you know, by others. And it's not to disrespect all the hard work and the time that people did. That's from just speaking for myself.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
All right. Sounds like
Well,
we have.
congratulations to those who won, and apologies and condolences that one didn't make it. I'd just like to close with my comment is, you know, this is why I love being on the OWEB board, because it's so much fun to give away money. You know, the downside is there's never enough to, you know, to try to do all the other stuff, but, you know, $11 million is a lot of money to put on the ground to do really good things. And this is what I really like about OWEB. We're doing really good things.
I'd like to add too that 2 of the top 4, this was not their first rodeo. So they've tried in the past, and I fully expect to see Nahela, you know, continue to work and build on what they're doing. They've done so well, you know, where they were when we visited Tillamook and where they are presenting a FIP. You know, they'll be back.
They'll be back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to chime in, given that I was the point of contact for the board on that one, and just say that, you know, I could see if I was in that position, maybe knowing that we ranked number 5, and I mean, they knew the writing on the wall, really, but they still showed up, traveled over here, went through the experience with the idea of coming back stronger, and that's admirable.
Yeah.
Yeah, they said as much during the interview.
Yeah.
Appreciating the feedback.
Yeah.
Thank you, all you that keep us going.
Yes.
That's
good.
You guys. Thanks, Nicole.
Welcome.
Thank you all.
All right, on one of these agendas, I saw good of the order, and then on the other one, I saw that went away. So I think we're done.
Dealer's choice.
Good of the order, right? I'll leave it up to my co-chair.
This meeting is adjourned.
Go have some fun, Barbara.